High snap, play action, Nichols underneath, caught, gets away from one tackler, gets away from two tacklers, down the sidelines, one man to beat, stutter step, getting away to the end zone, number 8, Dylan Talley, touchdown, Bowie.
Robertson in motion, Craven's back to pass, goes across the middle, Ghostin holds it in, he's gonna go to the touchdown, to the house, Cravens to Ghostin, Colt, touchdown!
As a tight end, pulls a guard, Barrett finds the hole, follows the pulling guard, cuts outside, bounces outside to the 20, 10, 15, 5, touchdown Bowers, touchdown Bowie!
And folks, we have history at Haltom. Danny Bustamante has just pitched a no-hit, no-run, no-walk shutout. A perfect game for Danny Bustamante.
Rios looks at Alvarado and turns home. It's going to that left field gap. That's a base hit. Here comes Axel Alvarado. The Colts are going to take the lead in the top of the 7th on the base hit by Gannon Howard. Burkle out of position. They've got to pass, and they've got to go! Patomeco with the pass. Mirario has a bit of a look. Shot on goal, and he gets it in! Two tight end set here as we go to the left-hand side with B.J. Rogers. Rogers is into the second level. B.J. Rogers to midfield. One man trying to catch up to him, but he will not. Number 6 in for 6. That will do it.
This broadcast is under intellectual property and may not be repurposed or reproduced without express written consent. Enjoy this presentation from Zach Arnold Productions. Energetic Media Solutions.
It's the home opener for the Bowie Volunteers, and Zach Arnold Productions has the call. Coming to you live from Choctaw Stadium. This is high school football presented by John Wade Roofing. A pleasant good evening to you all who are trying to battle Rangers traffic as they take on the Astros tonight. And right next door, we've got a non-district clash between a couple of teams that were within 6 points in last year's matchup, and we're expecting some more high-flying fun tonight. Alongside my Pops Doug, I'm Zach Arnold, bringing you tonight's game. Pops, this was a final that went in favor of the Keller Indians last season, but Bowie was able to avenge their Week 1 loss against Flower Mound, who they also lost to last season, so they're going to definitely try to carry a lot more of that momentum tonight.
Yeah, Bowie's trying to flip the script from what they did last year, where they lost all those preseason non-district ball games, but boy, did that sharpen them to be ready for the district run and all the way into the second round of the postseason. So Bowie's just a stronger ball team this year. The fact that they're coming back with some wins early is indicative of that.
They got a 28-21 overtime win against Flower Mound last week, and they were led by their new quarterback, Jaden Bibbs. 3 touchdown passes, almost 300 passing yards. He was able to orchestrate the offense and help lead them to that game-winning score in overtime to help push Bowie to 1-0.
Yeah, nice long pass and catch to get that tie-breaker in the overtime session. It was very exciting end to that ball game last week for the Bowie Volunteers.
One of the other highlights is Max Nichols. They call him Mad Max because he knows how to run all over that football field. One of the biggest highlights of last week's game that Tim Costello and Jot Hawley were on the call for was an 85-yard catch and run up the far sideline by Nichols. And it gave me chills listening to Tim on the call. Looking forward to getting more chills from him tonight. 7 catches, 203 yards, and 2 scores. He is definitely going to be somebody that the Keller defense is going to have to watch out for.
Most definitely. They are in for – they've got a handful tonight in the combination that Bowie's bringing on the offense here this evening. It's going to be a fun game to watch. The Keller Indians last week, they put up 28 points in their ball game. They lost to Flower Mound Marcus last week. Flower Mound Marcus is playing the Arlington Colts tonight in Flower Mound. There's a little bit of a delay up there due to the weather. Y'all might have heard that there's a cold front blowing in, and Jot Hawley and Tim Costello are in a rain delay getting that game started right now, but not here because looking at the radar, that rain cell is moving away from us here at Choctaw Stadium. So we're looking to get a good start here tonight. But the interesting thing about Keller that they bring in tonight is they've got a dual threat quarterback that is leading all yards in passing, and he's leading in all yards rushing in Brock Burkett. 7 for 13 last week, a 54% throwing average and 119 yards. And he's also the leading rusher last week, 15 attempts for 83 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, he was the one that kept Keller in that ball game. They were trailing 31-21 late in the fourth quarter, got a touchdown, attempted the onside kick with about 3.5 minutes left, and it was unsuccessful. And Marcus's run game was able to run out the clock for the final 3:29. But when you account for over 60% of your team's yardage, accounted for a total of 202 all-purpose yards, that is definitely somebody that you're going to have to look out for. Luckily for Bowie, they have a middle linebacker who is anchoring this defense in Galatians Pauagofia, who was a playmaker last year, and we're looking for more big plays from him tonight.
Yeah, and he'll have to stop Ralph Crosby. When Brockett does put the ball in the air, he will toss it to Ralph Crosby. Had 3 receptions last week for 85 yards. So that defense, that secondary for Bowie is going to have to be on their toes.
The Bowie alma mater taking place here at Choctaw Stadium. The Bowie band doing everything they can to make this feel like a home environment. But when it's a capacity of over 48,000 and you're only getting a couple of thousand into the ball game, you have to come up with other creative methods to make it feel like this is your home turf. What would you like to see from the Bowie football team? I know the band is going to do their part. The cheer squad is going to do their part. What would you like to see from Bowie football in order to make a statement here on their home opener?
Well, either way, whether they get the ball and go on offense or if they go on defense first, you want to see some sort of a dominating statement. You want to see if the offense decides to go first, make a quick strike, get in the end zone, get the crowd involved in the ball game, get everybody on the edge of their seats. Get the defense in there on the first run, and you want to see the Indians get stopped in 3. 3 and out would be a great way to get the crowd hyped up. What crowd is here, we want them to be loud and proud for the Bowie Volunteers.
We are loud and proud to be here and very proud to be representing Bowie in a new official capacity. Baseball coach Alex Johnson came by about a half hour before our broadcast started and set us up with some new headgear, which we are super thankful for. Be sure to support all Bowie athletics, including the baseball team and all the other wonderful student athletes at James Bowie High School. But we're super grateful for Coach Johnson tonight for providing us with some Bowie headgear.
Yeah, I was sitting around all day hoping I'd be able to find a vendor or a concession person down in the concourse and grab me a hat on the way. And I brought a little extra cash just in case I found somebody like that. And there Coach Johnson comes through. He's down there on the sidelines right now. Every now and then when he takes his hat off, we got to turn the glare down on the camera. But we love you, Coach Johnson. We love you. But we're really thankful for this Bowie swag tonight to represent here on this ball game on air tonight.
We're also thankful for all of our partners that help make this broadcast possible. In order for us to present it to you free of charge on YouTube, we have some wonderful sponsors that help take care of things on the back end. And the pregame show is presented by Chapman Cornelius Insurance Services, Inc. They're a family-owned business with a team of professionals who have served the Arlington area for over 50 years. Don't let insurance be a headache. Chapman Cornelius can help you create a custom insurance plan that is tailored to your small business's needs and budget. You can call April Chapman or Jason Ott today at 817-265-3346 or go to chapman-cornelius.com.
Zach, it's time for the weather report sponsored by C&LC in support of Arlington ISD Athletics. So we talked just a little bit about the weather tonight, but the starting temperature at game time is supposed to be 87 degrees, and the wind's going to turn out of the north as that cold front blows in. And I say cold front, it's supposed to be all the way down to 78 by the end of the game tonight, about 10:30. But there is a 60% chance of rain here tonight. And I was watching Texas Weather Chasers this afternoon, and they said there's a possibility of some lightning and some quarter-size hail. So if that does roll in, we'll keep it right here and go into – everybody will be taken off the field and be put in a safe condition if the lightning comes in. We want to keep the boys and the participants completely safe. But we'll stay right here with you and bring the action to you just as soon as we come back, if that turns into a reality. But in this bowl, whenever we have a front blow in like that, we really have to watch the swirling winds. They have a huge effect on especially the kicks and the punts and the passing from the quarterbacks because the wind in here swirls in this bowl shape effect. It's the old Ranger baseball stadium. So what we're looking at here is one of the end zones is by the old home run porch, and the other end zone is by the third base line here at Choctaw. And so, but there's so much extra stands and things in here that it swirls a little bit.
Yeah, and that could affect the special teams. That could affect a bunch of other things as well. And we'll try to keep you apprised of all of that as we progress throughout the evening. If we get to a weather delay, it'll be for about 30 minutes. And if the lightning happens, then we will reset.
Yeah, every time there's a lightning strike, the clock resets to another 30 minutes. And so as long they want to make sure that the lightning is far enough away, it's a 10-mile radius that has to be outside of before the referees will resume play. And so, again, the top priority there is keeping the players and the other participants safe at all costs. We're looking at. I'm sorry. We're looking at the field tonight. The Keller Indians have their blow up Indian Chief War bonnet on the left end zone over there, and they got their dancers lining up to let their players walk through as they come out of the locker room. The Bowie Volunteers are over by the home run porch area, and they're gathered up on the goal line, fixing to run through the line of the Bowie Bells, who are lined up there looking great tonight.
Looks like we're having some technical issues, Pops. You keep providing the mind's eye,
and
sure. I'll hop over and take a look at what's going on here.
Okay. Right at the 50-yard line, the Bowie captains are all lined up, ready to go out and do the coin flip. There's a whole mess of captains. There's about 10 or 12 Bowie Volunteer football players that are captains for tonight's ball game. We see the Bowie cheerleaders dressed in orange right there on the 50-yard line as well. Some of our favorite coaches, we saw Coach Nolan Crowdis come out. He helps with baseball and football, and I used to work with Coach Crowdis when we both worked in Mansfield together. The Zebra crew is coming out now. The referees are heading out onto the ball field as we are getting ready for the pregame activities and the festivities, which will include the pregame coin flip. Keller is on the far side of the field, which is kind of in the old left field section of the Ranger ballpark that used to be here. And there's a pretty good contingent that's come down tonight. The Keller band is dressed in all navy blue in the corner across the field. The Spirit of the Volunteer band is in attendance here. They're dressed weather appropriate tonight. They've got khaki shorts and a navy blue shirt on tonight because the weather is still quite warm out here this evening. So want to make sure everybody stays hydrated and cool as they can be in this temperate weather. But again, we're looking forward to the possibility of a little bit of relief from this weather tonight as this cool front is bearing down on us. A couple of things to look forward to for Bowie. They're going to be playing here tonight against Keller, and tonight it's Teacher Appreciation Night. So the Bowie Volunteers are recognizing some of their favorite teachers. They'll probably come out in pregame and introduce and stand next to their favorite teacher. We hope we'll be able to get some of that on camera for you. Coming up next week for Bowie, they'll be at Coppell High School. They lost to Coppell last year, but looking to have a stronger team this year and going up to Coppell High and defeating them. And then the first district opener will be on September 19th, and it'll be here at Choctaw against the Grand Prairie Gophers, and that will be feeder school night. So all the kids that are coming up through the junior highs into Bowie High School will be attending that night, and it's a very exciting night for the young players.
We'll take a look at the captains headed out to midfield as we get ready to begin this football game. Thanks so much for your patience as we work through some of those technical mishaps. In spite of all of the preparation that you do, sometimes stuff just happens, and you got to roll with the punches. But we're looking forward to this evening's game.
So out there at midfield, we've got 0, Kevin Baines. Number 3, Antonio Berto. Number 9, Don Rivas. And number 14, Denzel Ponder, the running back for the Volunteers. Players are changing sides of the field, and looks like Bowie has won the toss. And according to the referee, they are deferring to the second half. So Keller will be receiving the kickoff tonight, and they will have their backs to the old third baseline, driving towards left to right, driving towards the old home run porch here at the old ballpark in Arlington.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of renaming or other naming you give it. This is the ballpark, plain and simple.
Lots of good memories here from when the Rangers played here. It's a beautiful stadium, very nostalgic. I mean, I like Globe Life Field, but I'm not the biggest fan of all the indoor and the smoke and the lights and stuff like that. I like just good old outdoors. I don't care if it was hot. It was just all part of the atmosphere here in North Central Texas.
Speaking of atmosphere, the Bowie Volunteers getting ready to take the field for the very first time at Choctaw this season.
Strike up the band. The Bowie Volunteers are in the house. Keller Indians running through their run-on sign across the field. Keller's going to be dressed in a white jersey top, white pants with a navy blue stripe, and a white helmet. Your Bowie Volunteers are coming out tonight, as you can see on the TV, in an orange jersey with a white pant and a white helmet, as they all take a knee in this from about the 40-yard line to the end zone, getting ready to come onto the sideline, and we'll have the national anthem coming up by the host team. The Spirit of the Volunteer Band will be playing the national anthem for us here in just a minute.
It's the 1-0 Volunteers and the 0-1 Keller Indians. We're going to turn it over to the stadium mic to hear the lovely pipes of Yadi Pagan as he gets ready for the national anthem. And right after that, it'll be kickoff and football time in Texas. Hit that share button. It's Friday Night Lights on the Zap Network. Live on YouTube, Texas high school football on the Zap Network, presented by John Wade Roofing. It is football time in Texas, as Yadi Pagan and Chuck Morgan next door likes to say. We're borrowing it and switching the word baseball for football. But I think we may be in for slightly more fun, maybe not quite as much of a rivalry as what's going to be happening next door with the Houston Astros in town. But tonight, in this park, we do get to root for the boys in orange as the Bowie Volunteers get ready to defend home turf here at Choctaw Stadium tonight.
Yeah, Choctaw Stadium, a new home venue for the Volunteers. They've been playing at Wildman Field for the last several decades, it seems like. But there's some new things coming for Arlington Athletics. And they're building the new Glassby Stadium over on the campus of Martin High School on the far west side of town. And in the meantime, we'll be using Choctaw, and we're back at UTA playing some Arlington ISD athletics, as Wildman Field and Cravens Field will eventually be undergoing some transformation. So Bowie looking forward to playing in the cavernous confines. How's that for some alliteration?
There you go.
Here at Choctaw Stadium. Bowie's kicker, number 99, Leo Espinolda, teeing the ball up at the middle of the ball field.
17-4, deep to return. Cash Erdman and James Middleton are the deep men for Keller. sure to copy the link, hit that share button. Let your group chat and your friends and family know that we are underway at Choctaw Stadium. This one's going to sail out of play, and it'll be decent starting field position for Keller as we get our first look at Brock Burkett and company. As we mentioned in the pregame show, 119 yards through the air and 83 on the ground, 63% of the team's total yardage, 202 out of the team's 320 that they got against Marcus. It'll be a 4-receiver set with one man split to the right of Burkett. Play action on the RPO, a quick underneath toss to the far sideline, good for 7 or 8 yards before Bowie finally able to push wide receiver number 8 out of bounds. That's Bradley McCroskey on the catch.
That man in the backfield with the quarterback Burkett is number 5, Quentin Shropshire. We'll see if he stays there or if they swap out players.
That pass too high on the RPO. Shropshire, the intended target. That one thrown in the direction of number 9, Brock Meek for the Indians. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 2. H-back to the right-hand side, 2 receivers right, 1 left. Handoff to that right-hand side, and Bowie's gonna get the stop.
Ball comes loose, but he may have been down. Referee saying he was down.
Head linesman says that running back got no yardage, and it's 4th down. That handoff attempt was meant for Shropshire, and he did not make it to the 40.
Yeah, as he turned right to go down the line, he was met by number 0, Kevin Baines.
Baines with the tackle. It's a 4th down look, and Keller trying the hard count to see. And now with 20 seconds left, after Bowie does not flinch, they'll send out the punt unit.
Good discipline by the Volunteers there, not to flinch on that short yardage 4th down attempt.
AJ,
and just like we called for.
A big statement.
Big stop here.
A 3 and out. AJ Burdo is deep to return the punt. And they let the clock expire. Is that a delay of game, or did they get the timeout? No, that is a delay of game. That will back Keller up 5 yards and improve Bowie's field possession just a little bit. 10:56 to go here in the opening quarter. The Bowie defense gets a 3 and out. They bring some pressure, get in the face of the punter. Burdo will play it on the hop and try to run back to the middle. Trying to come near side and won't get far. He'll make it to the 31 before he's popped, and that's where Bowie's first drive will be. We'll take a short break and be back with more high school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing right after this. John Wade Roofing is celebrating 40 years serving the Arlington area. John Sr. played for Colt football and was the team MVP in '76. He went on to play for TCU, earning all conference honors. The family has a Colt legacy that spans generations and wants to help your family's roofing needs, plus gutters, painting, solar, and more. For more information, go to johnwaderoofing.com. Now we get our first look at Jaden Bibbs and company. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for him. And it will be a handoff to that right-hand side. Plowing forward for a yard or 2 is Denzel Ponder, the senior running back. Does not get very far, and it'll be 2nd down and about 9. His favorite target was Mad Max, number 7, the junior wide receiver. Right now split by himself to the right. They're going to go with the tunnel screen underneath. That's Burdo. No, excuse me, Osunde Brown, and he's going to get stopped behind the line. The Keller defense read that one well.
Yeah, that was a little lateral pass out to the left side. And the guys that were supposed to be leading for Osunde Brown didn't get set up in time. Like you said, Keller Indians read that one well and got in there and stopped him. So there's got about a 4-yard loss on that play. It'll be 3rd down and about 14 to go.
Man-to-man coverage with a safety trying to be in Nichols' direction. We'll see if they throw his way. pressure, and Bibbs barely able to get a yard back before he is stopped. That sack is going to be credited to 11, Caden McCauley, and just like that, Bowie with a 3-and-out.
Both teams kind of feeling each other out here in this first series of this ball game tonight. Each team going to the punt here, and we'll see who's going to be falling deep for the Keller Indians tonight. It's going to be number 14 on the near side, number 6 on the far. 6 and 14 back deep. Bodie Davis, number 6, number 14, Baron Brown.
High snap, but the punt is away. End over end to midfield, and a couple of friendly Bowie hops, and it gets inside the 40-yard line, and that's where Keller's next possession will be. We'll take a short break and be back with more high school football right after this.
Are you a small business looking for reliable insurance coverage? Or perhaps you're navigating the complexities of Medicare? Look no further. Chapman Cornelius Insurance Services is a family-owned, independent insurance agency with over 50 years of experience with tailored insurance solutions for small businesses and their owners. Whether you need home and auto, business insurance, or individual or group medical, Chapman Cornelius has knowledgeable agents who will help you select just what you need. Call April Chapman or Jason Ott at 817-265-3346. Shire and Burkett.
Shropshire on the handoff from Burkett out of the break. He'll pick up about 5 as he goes right up the middle, 5 yards away from midfield. Second and medium for Keller's second possession.
Bottom of the pile there on the stop, linebacker Bryson Castile for the Bowie Volunteers, the big senior linebacker in on the stop.
Castile is a University of Houston commit. I know Tim Costello will be excited to hear that. Burkett looking underneath, now going across the middle, hit as he throws, and it's incomplete.
Closest receiver on that play was Bowie's number 17, Pfeiffer, but it was intended for somebody on the Keller side.
I want to say Erdman, possibly number 17.
I think it was a bad route. I think Erdman was supposed to stay down the middle, and he turned to a hook to the right.
Turned upfield. Either way, it brings up 3rd down and 5. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Burkett and Shropshire. Burkett with the RPO, elects to hand it off. Shropshire to the right-hand side. He'll get a yard and then get stuffed. Maybe back to the line of scrimmage, and it's another 4th down. Do they try the hard count, or are they bringing out the punt unit? It looks like the punt team is coming out. And right now, the defense is trading 3-and-outs, Pop.
That defensive lineman, Rashad Houston, the senior, in on the stop to force this punt by the Keller Indians.
About 8 minutes to go here in the first. And what's interesting, Pops, is usually this is the time for scripted plays. And right now, things not going according to script. And there's another one! Blocked punt! I bet Keller didn't account for that, but it's a turnover anyways. And Bowie will get their next possession in plus territory. Big momentum shift, and Pops, I have to wonder if Bowie's going to try a deep shot here in plus territory and just see what kind of luck they can have with that big momentum swing.
Be a good time for it with the ball already into the Keller 41-yard line. You're in plus territory to start this series. Let's see what Coach Sam pulls out of his hat.
My friends over at the Mask of Fear tuning in online.
Bibbs in the backfield by himself.
There's Mad Max, and a whistle before the snap. Looks like possibly a false start. That is indeed the call, and Bowie will go back 5 yards. Much love from Canada, says our friends over at the Mask of Fear. Thank you, Sean. Fans, if you subscribe to the channel and wait just a brief 10 minutes, you can join the chat here on YouTube Live as well. Let us know where you're tuning in from. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Bibbs looking to that right-hand side, got the underneath complete. Mad Max trying to spin his way out of a tackle, and it takes 3 or 4 Indians to bring him down. But he does get those 5 yards back and then some, as it'll bring up 3rd down at about the 36, 37-yard line.
Finally brought down by Carson Sims for the Indians, the senior defensive back for them. But good yardage on 1st down there.
2nd down, after the false start. That's only the 1st down play. Two to the left, one to the right. A tight end now for Bowie as Bibbs with the RPO, and he's going to go right back to Mad Max, who's got the completion and the first down inside the 30-yard line. That'll move the chains for the Volunteers. The first down of the evening for both teams.
Yeah, you get a little setback on the first play, move back 5 yards, and boom, boom, in 2 plays, you pick it all up and then some.
Feel like we're going to be calling Mad Max's name a lot tonight, Pops. He's already making an impact on this evening's ball game. Under 7 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Running back in motion. Bibbs looking his way. Now going to go with the wide receiver screen. And Keller read that like a playbook. And it's going to be a tackle for loss back at the 31.
Yeah, number 11, Caden McCauley, was in the backfield before that ball could even be secured virtually. Tackle for loss, a 2-yard loss. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Call it maybe 12.
My bad. Yes, you
said
tackle for loss. It's got to be more than that.
It's got to be more than 10. 2 left, 1 right. One of the 2 running backs in motion, and they're going to go with a swing pass. That's complete. Losing the footing, and another TFL. Trying to get wide is the Bowie offense, and so far, Keller's secondary is reading it.
I think the receiver on that one, Berto, lost his footing as he turned upfield, too.
Chris Villacorta also in the chat, tuning in and cheering on the Vols. Thanks so much for being a part of tonight's broadcast. 3rd down and long with trips formation to the open side of the field on that right-hand side. Bibbs, play action, looking to go across the middle, scampering out of trouble, and he's going to get wrestled down from behind. Bowie's drive started at the 41, Pops, and they're all the way back at the 36. Might be too far for field goal range, probably too short for a punt. I think Bowie's going to go for it.
Yeah, the analytics would say in this position on the field to go ahead and go for it here.
If it's an interception, it's further back. If it's incomplete, that's still decent field position, but not the worst. You're only losing about 15, 16 yards if you punt it out of the end zone and it goes in for a touchback.
Yeah, Max Nichols coming back onto the field in the slot position on the right side.
Empty backfield for Jaden Bibbs. It's going to be a pass play unless he tries a pooch kick. He does not. Back to pass the whole way. Got a man to the corner. Over the shoulder. Caught. 1st and goal. Bowie. What a grab by Kedrick Osunde Brown, and it's 1st and goal for the Volunteers.
I love our vantage point up here because I saw that play developing. I saw Osunde Brown breaking free from his defender. All it was a matter of the accuracy of the pass, and Bibbs put it right on target.
That was a beautiful touch pass, a great over-the-shoulder grab, and it goes from 4th down to 1st down and goal to go. They're going to go with a couple of tight ends and 2 receivers to the right-hand side. The big man formation for the Vols here. It's going to be a handoff to the middle, to the goal line. Touchdown, Bowie. Denzel Ponder punches it in for 6.
The offensive line blew a hole the size of a Mack truck. You could drive a Mack truck through that. Great job by the O-line to make it easy for Denzel Ponder to stroll into the end zone there. Leo Espinola lining up the point after touchdown attempt here. That kick is up, and it's going to be no good as it seems to have gotten tipped at the line and kind of fluttered harmlessly.
4:51 to go. Your new score, Bowie 6, Keller nothing. We'll be back with more high school football on Zap presented by John Wade Roofing right after this.
A-frames that bring their A game. The next time you need to get your brand out to the community, go with the printers who are in your community, Eka Signs. With everything from wall signs to banners, printed tees to hats, Eka can even do same-day rush orders on select products. Visit ekasigns.com/shop to see their full list. That's ikasigns.com/shop. Eka Signs, a partner of Zach Arnold Productions.
Time for the classic Chevy drive summary. That drive started on the opponent 41-yard line, covered all 41 yards in 8 plays, and resulted in a Denzel Ponder touchdown. Classic Chevrolet. The next time you're ready to drive something new, contact Yadi Pagan at 817-706-5679. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Zach, it's good to see the unsuccessful punt by Keller turned into points for the Bowie Volunteers. Good capitalization on a mistake.
Espindola keeps this one in fair play, fielded at the 4-yard line. Big hole up the middle, and Bowie finally closes the gap. That return was by number 17, Cash Erdman of the Indians, and then he'll get wrestled down at about the 31.
Yep, the junior linebacker, Don Rivas, on special teams there, brought him down before he got too far into the field of play there. We're going to spot the ball right about the 31-yard line.
So that's where Burkett and company will start their third drive of the game. So far, consecutive 3 and outs as Bowie's defense starting out strong. Play action on the RPO. That high pass is caught on the far side. Finally taking it out of bounds is Bodie Davis, and that is Keller's first down of the evening. Two receivers to the right on the near side. And they'll go up the middle on the handoff, bouncing back and now going back middle and breaking free. It's a foot race to the end zone, and it looks like being caught from behind. That's a touchdown saving tackle of number 5, Quentin Shropshire, but it is 1st and goal for Keller.
Yeah, it was a foot race, and Marcus Green for the Bowie Volunteers was able to catch up to him and bring him down just short of the goal line.
They'll go to Shropshire again, to the left this time, and he's caught at the ankles. No gain on the play. Maybe lost a yard from the 5 back to the 6.
Met right at the line by Mark Haynes, the senior edge player for the Volunteers. Lost a little yardage on that one.
They're going to go with a more open concept now. 2 to the left and 1 to the right. Burkett, play action. He'll take it himself, looking to that left-hand side, and now he's going to have to throw to the end zone. Incomplete. Had a man going along the back of the end zone. That's number 9, Brock Meek, but he couldn't haul it in, and it'll bring up 3rd and goal.
Yeah, broken up by Marcus Green on that play to bring up 3rd down for Keller.
And after getting that big tackle from behind, how big would it be for the defense to force a field goal here?
Yep, they're definitely in field goal range, you would think. Trying to kick the ball into the old home run porch here. But we'll see what they come up with here in 3rd down.
Almost an extra point at this distance.
Yep. It's going to be 3rd and about 11 to the goal line.
6. Man in motion. Burkett looking to that left-hand side, going across the middle, and threw it behind his intended target. Meek was open, but Burkett threw it behind him, and it'll bring up 4th down.
Tremendous pressure. Credit goes to Kevin Baines, the senior DB on that play, for getting into the face of the quarterback, Burkett, and hurrying that pass.
So it will indeed force a field goal attempt. This is number 1, the kicker, Connick Whitmire, on for what's going to be about a 23-yard attempt from the right hash. That field goal is up and through, and 3:35 to go in the first quarter. Keller's cut the lead in half. It's now 6-3 Volunteers. High school football presented by John Wade Roofing will be back right after this.
Taqueria Taco Express is the official taqueria of Zach Arnold Productions, with locations in Arlington, Grand Prairie, Waxahachie, and a new location opening in Mansfield. Solving your Mexican food craving has never been easier. Visit them on Taco Tuesdays for their special 5 tacos and a large agua fresca for just $10. Find out more by visiting taqueriatacoexpress.com.
Welcome back to Choctaw Stadium alongside my Pops Doug. I'm Zach Arnold. A big run to the 5-yard line by Quentin Shropshire, but a red zone stop by the Bowie defense forces just a field goal, and they hold on to their lead, but it is 6-3. I see a 5 out there on the far side opposite of us.
It's Princeton Campbell. And is that number 3? Antonio Berto on the far side.
I see a 7 on this near side of us. Mad Max, one of the deep men. Campbell just listed as an ATH, and it's going to go in his direction. And he has to keep backpedaling all the way inside the 5, and we'll see what kind of magic he can muster. Not much, as he gets met at the 19-yard line, and a flag comes all the way in from the near sideline. That may have been helmet-to-helmet contact. We'll see what the call is.
Referees conferring right about the 22-yard line.
We've had a false start and a delay of game, a couple of 5-yard penalties. Not much in the way of anything severe yet, as the Keller band on the opposite side getting warmed up. As a personal foul against Bowie, a crackback block, which is not something you see very often, but it's an illegal block that will move Bowie half the distance to the goal, and they'll have their work cut out for them. This penalty will start from the 19 or 20 and move half the distance to around their own 10-yard line. It will go to about the 10, and that's where their new drive will start. 4 receivers set for the Volunteers. Bibbs takes it, rolling to his right. Did the toe tap work? No, the line judge says that Kedrick Osunde Brown did not get the toe in, and it's 2nd down and 10. Bibbs and Ponder make up the backfield. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Play action, Bibbs going underneath. And they're going to pick up 4 or 5 on that play. The tight end, Deontay Tennyson, who got a touchdown last week against Flower Mound, picks up 5 here to bring up 3rd and 5. Three minutes remaining in this first quarter of play. Bibbs rolling to his right, got a man wide open. 1st down and more, 1 man to beat, and he does. To the house, touchdown, Volunteers, taking his time across the goal line, but that will be a Bowie score.
Antonio Berto on the catch and run to the end zone. Took a little sideways angle as he was actually going across the goal line. But a beautiful play there to put your Bowie Volunteers further on top here.
That's a huge touchdown run from Berto that puts Bowie back further in front than they were a moment ago. They will line up for a traditional extra point attempt here.
Leo Espinola on for the kick attempt. Big number 99. Kick is up this time, and it's through.
2:34 in the first quarter. Your new score, Bowie 13, Keller 3, off of the big play by Antonio Berto. High school football presented by Zap and John Wade Roofing. We'll be back right after this. Local Legends Figures immortalizes your athlete's achievements for a lifetime. Featuring 6-inch figures with poses in football, baseball, band, hockey, even lacrosse. Local Legends makes every effort to show their likeness down to every possible uniform detail. To order your custom figure, call 817-681-0393 or email orders@locallegendsfigures.com. Welcome back to Choctaw Stadium. Time for another fun classic Chevy Drive summary. That was a big touchdown. That was a 85-yard catch and run by Antonio Burdell, and it was on third down, I believe.
Third down.
So that's a 3-play, 90-yard touchdown drive.
Because it started on the 10.
It started on the 10. 3 plays, 90 yards, finished out by a touchdown. The next time you're ready to drive something new, contact Yadi Pagan at 817-706-5679. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Espindola with the kickoff here, and it's a kind of a squib kick down the left side, and it squirts out of bounds for another flag on the kickoff. And that'll put Keller in decent field position to start this drive.
2:34 to go, and aside from the one big run that took place by Quentin Shropshire, you have to wonder, was that skill or did he just get lucky?
Well, he ran into the middle of the line and he actually bounced off some Bowie defenders. So what Bowie's defenders would want to do next time is wrap him up. I'm sure he's a big, strong young man, but they kind of bounced off of him and he hopped to the outside and found a hole.
Burkett and Shropshire back there again. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. They'll play action to Shropshire on the RPO, across the middle, and incomplete. No flag on the play as Bowie's defense was soundly around Bodie Davis. Incomplete, second down.
Princeton Campbell playing very tight coverage on that pass, and just as soon as the receiver got the ball in his hands, Campbell was all over him to bring him down and break up the pass.
Second down and 10. Keller continuing to play from behind the sticks. 2 to the left and 2 to the right now for Burkett. And they will go with the handoff to Shropshire this time. A couple of Bowie defenders converge around him. Correction, I believe that's number 4, James Middleton. Or am I just blind? No, that may have been Shropshire.
Yeah, linebacker number 9 for the Volunteers, Don Rivas, in on the tackle.
There's also a number 0 who's a running back, Temmie Erickson. So we'll have to make sure we keep up with whether it's 0 or 5 that's back there, Pops.
Okay.
Third down and 4 is the down and distance here. Keller looking to find a way to move the sticks. Burkett looking to his left. They're going with a screen pass, and one man has to make the tackle, and he can't. That's a first down as Shropshire makes it close to midfield before the big hit, but not before the sticks are moved.
Yeah, the sticks are moving, but it could have been worse if Caleb Pfeiffer hasn't been there to upturn Shropshire on that catch and run.
Moves the ball to Keller's own 47-yard line. 2 to the left, 1 to the right, a tight end on the near side. Burkett will elect to hand it off, and there will be no gain, maybe a loss of 1 on the play. That is number 0, Erickson, with the carry back to the line of scrimmage.
Okay, Zach, on that play, the defensive coordinator for Bowie called a blitz on that because Don Rivas, who made the tackle, was moving before the snap and hit the line of scrimmage just as the ball was snapped. It was in the backfield to drop that runner.
Big play to make it 2nd and 10. Burkett with a 6 or 7 step drop, trying to direct traffic, looking and nearly intercepted.
Pfeiffer almost had one, and he had a lot of green in front of him. It went right through his hands on that play. Pfeiffer's really seeing the ball well tonight. We've called his name several times. It's going to be 3rd down and 10 for Keller. Ball resting right about the 47-yard line.
We take a look at the instant replay here. Pfeiffer inches away from a pick as we come up with a 3rd down and 10 now for the Indians. 3 to the left, 1 to the right. Burkett looking left the whole way, under pressure, losing his pocket, has to escape contain, trying to find the first down, sticks by himself, and there's that dual threat as he lowers the shoulder, picking up about 15 on the busted play.
Yeah, he was finally run out of bounds on the sideline by number 23, Uriah Billups, senior linebacker for the Vols, but not before the first down.
Bowie cooking up a little bit of trouble here as they go out of bounds with 46 seconds to go in the first quarter. Handoff up the middle, maybe a yard or 2, and depending on when the play clock begins, that may be the end of the first quarter. Keller can run another play, but they may elect not to.
Okay, I'm going to give a try at this one because number 41, A.J. Olua Jomaloju, was in on the tackle for the Volunteers.
You're braver,
sophomore linebacker.
You're braver than I am. 4-receiver set, play action. Burkett is going to try to pass. Got a man in the zone coverage, and it's caught inside the red zone. And headed for the end zone, shaking a couple of defenders. Bodie Davis punches it in for a Keller touchdown.
Yeah, two Bowie defenders got their arms on his shoulder pads, but that wasn't enough leverage to get him down.
This is an odd formation.
Yeah,
everybody to the left.
They're all going to come running back to the line of scrimmage.
Or will they?
Or not.
I don't think Bowie liked what they saw.
Called a timeout.
And they may have called a timeout. With 8 seconds to go in the first quarter, Bowie takes a timeout. We'll take a short timeout with them. This is high school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing.
Modern West Windows and Doors is a partner of the Zap Network. They're also partnered with trusted industry leaders like Lowen, Weather Shield, and Simpus to guarantee quality product and installation. Whether you're searching for new concepts for your entryway, living room, dining room, bedroom, or even a workshop, Modern West has the solutions you're looking for. Visit the showroom at 1211 6th Avenue in Fort Worth or visit modernwestwindows.com.
Welcome back to Choctaw Stadium. 8 seconds to go in the first quarter. Keller had an odd extra point formation, and Bowie, rather than trying to figure it out, decided to take a timeout, which puts them with 2 remaining in this first half. They lead 13-9, and Keller looks like they may be coming out for a more traditional extra point attempt here. The extra point by Whitmire is true. Your new score, Bowie 13, Keller 10. We'll be right back with more high school football on Zap right after this.
Need a cleanup that's easier than finding your seat on game day? Trinity Logistics Services has you covered. Whether it's your home or your business, Trinity will drop off and pick up the dumpster. No hassle, no mess. Founded by Arlington's own Chet Soto, class of '97, Trinity Logistics Services is proud to serve their hometown. Call 817-693-1302 and let's tackle your next project together.
Oh, I get to do a reader.
Yeah, you're going to get to do a reader in just a second here as we get ready for the second quarter in just another play or two. Go ahead and tell them what the second quarter's about, Pops.
Yeah, the next time you need signs, banners, printed shirts, or other print materials, ICA Signs is the local printer to call. 817-617-2229 is the number, and tell them Zap sent you. Second quarter presented by ICA Signs. I got a story about ICA Signs. I wore my shirt that they donated to the Sam Houston drill team. They printed a really nice white T-shirt for free, gave them to the Sam drill team, and allowed them to sell those shirts for $10 as a fundraiser. I just love the way ICA Signs is donating and helping the community while getting their brand out there.
And they can do the same thing for you when you're trying to get your brand out there.
And it's a great looking shirt. Very sharp.
We've actually ordered some shirts for the Zap Network for the entire crew. Tim Costello, Jot Holly, you and Mom.
Woohoo.
Everybody's getting some new swag thanks to ICA Signs as that one goes out of the back of the end zone.
Yeah, that one well over Princeton Campbell's head and into the end zone, and Bowie will come out first and 10 here. So far, Zach, we're kind of going back and forth.
It has been.
Scoring tit for tat here. 2 evenly matched teams apparently here in this first half.
Well, and the final score last year was a 6-point final in favor of Keller. This one could be one of those back and forth that comes all the way down to the very last play of the game. Who has the ball last?
You know, I like a nice, close, competitive game as long as my team wins.
There you go. First down from the 25 after the touchback for the Volunteers. 2 receivers to the right, 1 wide to the left. Bibbs, play action. He'll keep it himself on the zone read, and he'll pick up about 3 or 4. Not exactly a play action because it wasn't a pass. It was more of a zone read, and that will be the end of the first quarter. Bowie on top by 3. 3 more quarters to play. This is high school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing. We'll be right back.
Taquería Taco Express es la taquería oficial de Zach Arnold Productions. Con un amplio y auténtico menú, satisface tus antojos o prepara tu próximo evento con nosotros. Visítanos todos los martes para disfrutar de Taco Tuesday con 5 tacos y un agua fresca por solo $10. Para encontrar sucursales cercanas o hacer pedidos en línea, visita taqueriatacoexpress.com. Navigating Medicare options isn't easy. Hi, I'm Patsy Arnold, and when the time came to navigate my options, I went to Chapman Cornelius. They helped me find the best plan for my needs, quoted me life insurance options, and guided me in making my decisions every step of the way. They want to do the same for you, so give them a call at 817-265-3346 or visit chapman-cornelius.com.
Welcome back to Choctaw Stadium, where Bowie and Keller are well underway. Meanwhile, up in Flower Mound, I got word from Jot Holly that he and Tim Costello are in a holding pattern, Pops. The Lightning up in the Flower Mound part of the Metroplex continues to hit that 30-minute reset timer, and the Colts and the Marauders still yet to get underway. Play action as Bibbs with the wide receiver screen out to the far side. Birdo on the catch to bring up third down and short.
Man with the big catch and run in the last series for Bowie, putting more points on the board. Puts about 8 on the board for this first play on the series.
Third down and about 1 now as we flip the field to start the second quarter. Bibbs with the handoff, and that will not make it to the line to gain. Probably should have kept it, as Keller's pursuit was all over that runner, and it'll be fourth down.
Number 34, Freddie Atma, was in there very quickly, and it was joined by a host of his colleagues to bring down the play. Fourth down for Bowie.
High snap again, but they are able to get it away. Fair catch is called for, and Keller's next possession will start at the 30-yard line. We'll take a break and be back with more high school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing. John Wade Roofing has been serving the Arlington area since 1982, but the Wade legacy runs much deeper in the city of Arlington. A pioneer family that has had roots going back decades, John Wade and Company saw relatives attend the Cooper Street Arlington High campus and has had members play in Colt athletics for decades, and they're looking forward to serving this community for decades to come. Find out more at johnwaderoofing.com.
Welcome back to live action as Keller starts their new series from the 30-yard line here, moving right to left on your TV screen. Got the old home run porch to their back. Rocket takes the ball, throws it to the outside edge, makes a connection with number 2, Whitmire, turns it upfield, and gets a 10-yard pickup on that play before he's pushed out of bounds. That'll move the sticks pretty quickly there. That little pitch and catch to the outside edge, and the turn upfield for some yards after catch on that play. Keller going quick tempo here.
Got to do something to try to change the pace a little bit.
Handoff up the middle to Shropshire, and he's met pretty quickly by a host of Bowie Volunteers.
This is an opportunity not just to stay in the game with Bowie, but also get ahead of them after that last touchdown drive that they had.
New man in the backfield for Keller, David Makia. Quarterback gets the ball and gets flushed out of his pocket by number 18 for Bowie, and he drops the ball right about the 25-yard line. It's out, it's loose. He finally stops on it and secures it at about the 24-yard line. That's a dangerous play there on the mishandled ball.
That's number 3, Matt McCroskey. I wonder if that big quarterback keeper that was attempted by Burkett did something to his shoulder, because this is number 3, McCroskey, who had a huge loss. That's going to count as a negative run play, and it's 3rd and forever for Keller's offense now.
McCroskey takes the snap, hands it up the middle to number 23, Makia. Doesn't pick up nearly enough. It's going to be 4th down and halfway to Denton.
Rashad Houston, one of the senior D linemen, in on the tackle, and it's a safe draw play to force a punt. But, Pops, that drive was stalled by the sophomore quarterback, McCroskey, losing the handle, coming in relief of Burkett there.
38, James Wheaton coming on to punt here and standing at about his own 15-yard line. Bowie's going to get good field position out of this, Zach.
Man in motion. Bowie brings the pressure. Probably affected the punt, but it will take a Keller roll inside the 35 and finally get down right in front of the 30-yard line, and that's where Bowie's next possession will start. We'll be right back with more high school football on Zap right after this.
If you're like me and need printed materials to get your brand out there to the community, then you need ICA Signs. Conveniently located in central Arlington, ICA features a wide selection of shirts, hats, banners, yard signs, acrylics, magnets for your car, magnets for your fridge, tumblers, A-frames, and more. Call ICA at 817-617-2229 for more information and tell them Zap sent you.
Bibbs with the handoff, and it's not going to go for very much. Maybe the original line of scrimmage if they're lucky. Keller able to converge on that run play pretty easily, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yep, the A's, the B's, the C's, the D gaps were all filled up by Keller Indians on that run. Little sarcasm there. There's not that many gaps. They were ready for that run up the middle.
Ponder is to Bibbs' left. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Bibbs rolling left, looking left, throwing left, off balance. Catch is made in bounds. The toe tap successful that time by A.J. Burdo, and it's first down for Bowie.
Burdo's having himself quite a night, isn't he, Zach?
He's probably over 100 yards now thanks to that 85 catch and run that he had. And we're not even to halftime yet.
Stay tuned for halftime. We'll have all the stats for you presented by the Taco Express and thanks to Dallas Morning News statistics.
4 receivers set. Bibbs looking left, rolling right, throwing. Flag is down in the area of holding, so Osunde Brown will pick up first down yardage, but this one's probably coming back.
Yeah, I saw the hold on that play on the right side of the Bowie defense, and the referee saw the same thing I did, unfortunately.
Well, that's why they have so many zebra shirts out on the field to make sure that the game's being played cleanly and fairly. There's a big emphasis after a law that was just passed in the Texas Senate, Pops, about respecting the game officials and possibly being subject to ejection from not only the game but also the facility if you're not honoring the game officials. So it's a big point of emphasis not only at the game and district level, but the entire state legislature is taking into account the importance of the people who keep this game fair and safe. Bibbs up in the pocket, going to have to do the check down. And maybe 2 yards falling forward on that one is Ponder on the outlet back to the 40-yard line.
Yeah, the Keller rush defense kind of got in that backfield and was pushing the Bowie offensive lineman back and back, and the Bibbs had to step up in front of the pocket and was just finally able to dump it out there to Ponder at the last second.
Honestly, it almost looked like it was going to be a screen pass with the way that
as fast as they got back
as fast as they got to the backfield. Yeah. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left, and H-back to the left-hand side now. Now sliding to the slot. Bibbs looking that way, pump fake. Now the comebacker route on the backside shoulder is caught and moving forward, diving towards the sticks. Great extra effort, and that's going to be enough to move the chains. A.J. Burdo will get a Bowie first down on that extra dive forward.
That was a great play in the coverage against Jacob Just. He put the brakes on and came back to that ball and hauled it in. Great comeback.
They're going to try to go to that left-hand side again. Just put it in the hands of your playmakers, why don't you? That one will go to Mad Max Nichols, and he'll pick up maybe 3, depending on if it's a left or right-footed referee. It looks like they're only giving him 2 from the 42 to the 40. Six and a half to go until the half. Bowie on the march. 3 to the left, 1 to the right. A man moves and a flag is thrown. Free play for the Vols as they look in the direction of Nichols. jump ball. And it looks like they're going to give Bowie the first down. The tie goes to the receiver, and it's going to be first down as they will decline the offsides.
What a tug-of-war for that ball when it came down. Both players had their hands on it.
And that's exactly what you want, is just put it up there, let your playmaker try to go and do something with it, and that's exactly what Max Nichols did there. Referees conferring, but I am virtually certain this is an offsides, which Bowie will decline and take the first down at the 16.
Side judge is standing right at the 16-yard line.
He's keeping the spot there.
There's quite a discussion, and Coach Sam doesn't seem very happy.
Are they offsetting penalties?
Oh.
No, they're moving the ball.
Yeah, Coach Sam's going down there to get in place. He's just willing it to happen. That's great.
Offsides is the call. It is declined, and it is first down Bowie at the 16.
I love the positive leadership there at Coach Sam. They make the decision. He just runs down there and stands where it's supposed to be. Quit discussing it, guys. Let's play ball.
Coming up on 6 minutes to go, Bowie in the red zone. Bibbs rolling left. Design play to throw to the left. Caught, turning upfield, waltzing into the end zone. Touchdown, Bowie. Max Nichols with the score.
Great catch and yards after catch there as Nichols shook off the defender, kind of rolled him off his back, and then it was just a waltz into the end zone.
We take a look at the extra point.
Espindola's kick is up and good. Your new score, Bowie 20, Keller 10.
We'll take a short break and be back with more high school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing, Arlington's favorite roofer since 1982. Thanks so much for tuning in.
From weekend cleanups to major projects, Trinity Logistics Services has the perfect fit for you. With dumpsters ranging from 10 all the way up to 30 feet, they handle both drop-off and pick-up so you can stay focused on cleaning up the win. Call 817-693-1302 today and let Trinity Logistics Services help you score big on convenience and efficiency.
Folks, we'd like to give you the Classic Chevy Drive Summary. The Bowie Volunteers started at their own 30, and it took just 5 plays and 70 yards to get into the end zone for the touchdown. Classic Chevy Drive Summary brought to you by Classic Chevy. Next time you are ready to drive something new, contact Yadi Pagan at 817-706-5679. Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference.
Big thanks to our friend Yadi Pagan for helping being a presenting partner this season. Always supported us with his work on the public address side of things. Helped get us into doing stuff for the Bowie Volunteers. Had a really successful baseball season with Coach Johnson and company. And now get to cover Bowie football for the second season now. This return is a big one across the 30, and this could be trouble. Splitting the defenders, outrunning Espindola, and headed to the end zone. That's a 98-yard kickoff return for a touchdown for number 17, Cash Erdman. Just like that, Keller answers right back.
Yep, there was a seam right up the near hash mark, and he followed his blockers, and the last man to try and get him was big old Espinolda, and he just couldn't catch up.
Punch and counter punch. Just when Bowie has them doubled up, one big play puts Keller right back where they were. 5:45 to go until halftime.
Is that quarterback Brock Burkett's out there for this extra
point?
This is
Burkett. They're
forward to the right.
They're going to go for 2 here to try to make it 20-18. And it looks like Coach Sam didn't like what he saw, so he will call a timeout. To talk about it, as Keller is back within 4. We'll take a short break with them. This is high school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing.
Modern West Windows and Doors invites you to see the difference. Whether you need sliding doors, bay windows, or just need a more modern look, Modern West has options to fit both your style and budget. Stop by the showroom at 1211 6th Avenue in Fort Worth to see for yourself, or call 682-255-6094 for more information.
Back to live action here at Choctaw Stadium alongside my pops Doug. I'm Zach Arnold with Patsy the producer to my left and Daniel, our camera operator, in front of us at a great broadcast vantage point here at the home of the Arlington Renegades.
Zach, they're going to go a more traditional kick here with number 21, Josh Guadalupe this time. No, I'm sorry, 28. It is Enzo Fartura.
Kick is up and true. Your new score, Bowie 20, Keller 17. We'll be back with more high school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing, in just a moment.
If you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, then you need to see Yachty Pagan at Classic South in Euless. Yachty's a proud Arlington ISD product, a graduate of Lamar, and the voice of the Volunteers since 2021. Whether you're a first-time buyer, a seasoned buyer, or just looking to boost or rebuild your credit, Yachty's direct approach is why his customers become customers for life. Call or text 817-706-5679.
Back to Choctaw Stadium. It's a 3-point game again, Pops, as Bowie marched it down the field to take a 20-10 lead, and it took Keller just the kickoff to answer right back.
Yeah, it's a real back-and-forth game as the Volunteers come back out for the kickoff. Number 5, Princeton Campbell, and number 7, Mad Max Nichols, back deep to receive this kickoff. We'll see if Bowie can answer right back, as they have most of the evening.
They seem to have an answer for every previous Keller answer. After a couple of back-to-back-to-back 3-and-outs, we've got a combined 37 points on the board now. So we've seen some defense, and now the offenses have woken up.
Whitmire with the kick, and it's going to go into the end zone.
Over the head of everybody. So Bowie's next drive will start at the 25. I just got another update from Jot Holly. It won't stop thundering in the distance, he says. From where we're sitting, we can see everything. I assume that means the lightning and the thunder that's taking place up in Flower Mound. That game is still waiting to kick off as we are 5 minutes and 45 seconds away from halftime here at Choctaw.
Boy, Zach, we've been there where they are. It's
brutal.
It's a tough job to tap dance through those
brutal.
long breaks.
Speaking of breaks, we'll have a halftime break in just a moment. But before that, it's time for Bowie's next possession as a man shifts into the backfield. They're going to go with a lead run to that right-hand side. A little bit of a crease, a little bit of a spin move, and a little bit of a 9-yard pickup. Maybe 10. That's exactly 10. As that handoff, I believe, went to Berto, and he picks up the first down on the handoff. Put it in the hands of your playmakers however you can.
Yeah, Berto did a good job of missing blocks, spinning out of blocks, and picking up a full 10 yards.
Up to the 35. This will move Osunde Brown behind him. They're going to go with a backwards pass, the swing pass, and he's going to get out of the first tackle and up to about the 39, 40-yard line. I'm surprised that wasn't a face mask. From this distance, I couldn't quite tell, but it sure didn't look great.
Yeah, number 33 for the Keller Indians, Blaine McDonald, kind of latched on to the shoulder pads of Osunde Brown and spun him around, and he spun right out of it. Picked up a few more yards on that play. I like that don't quit on the first touch by the Bowie Volunteer offense.
Second down now as Ponder will get it out of the backfield, taking a couple of tacklers with him very near first down yardage. Great effort there by 14. Brings up third down and about a half a yard here as we hit 4.5 to go until halftime. Bowie has just one timeout left, but a lot of clock to work with as they approach midfield. 2 to the right, 1 to the left, 3 down linemen defensively as Keller looks like they're playing back to try to protect that line of scrimmage. 12 on the play clock. as two set up to the right, one to the left. Ponder, first down near midfield. Takes a couple of tacklers with him and gets the yardage he needs and then some.
That's just good smash mouth running there, Zach.
Look at number 78 for the defense, Pops. Landon Strassman, listed as grade number 10. That is a lot of sophomore defensive linemen. Another 3-down lineman set as Ponder will be play action, and they're going to go underneath, and it's bobbled and incomplete. Intended that time for 27 Tennyson, and he just could not quite haul it in on the tight end curl.
Yeah, did a little juggling act there. I was actually a little afraid he might juggle it into a defender's hands there, but it fell to the ground.
Monica Chico tuning in to the YouTube chat saying, let's go Bowie. Fans, a reminder, if you subscribe to the channel, you can join the chat and let us know where you're tuning in from.
Bibbs
This is a keeper for Bibbs, and he's got first down yardage as he moves it inside the 40.
Found a crease on that left side as the left tackle's moving people around out there and opened up a hole for him. The running game always goes back to, obviously, the talent of the man carrying the ball, but that offensive line's got to move people out of the way. I always like to give credit to the big men up front.
The movers and shakers and protectors of the quarterback. Two to the right, one to the left. Play action. This is Tennyson, and he gets popped at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a pickup of 2 or 3 on that play.
Big hit by Cody Fouts for the Indians there. Turned Tennyson on his backside.
Under 3 to go. Bowie still on the march. And they will get it to start the second half as well. Great opportunity to get a 2-for-1 here as we get a triangle to the left. Bibbs rolling that way, looking for Tennyson, throwing in his direction, and some pressure in his face forces an errant throw. Just an incompletion, though, after that pressure was applied by number 40, Cason Stoner. Peter Armstrong also tuning in the YouTube chat saying, let's go Bowie. Thank you so much to everyone that's tuning into tonight's game. I know that there's some Arlington faithful that are just looking for some Friday night lights while they wait for the Colts to kick off. Whether you are an Arlington fan or an Arlington Bowie fan or just a fan of football in general, we thank you for being a part of tonight's action. 3rd and long, empty set. Bibbs back to pass, stepping up, stepping away, under pressure, throwing it. Got a man, first down. Max Nichols finding the soft spot in the zone and moves Bowie into the red zone.
Again, good protection as the pocket slid to the right side of the line, but good protection by the Bowie offensive line to give the quarterback Bibbs the time to find Mad Max on that pitch and catch.
That's enough to move the sticks as we hit 2:20 to go until halftime. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Ponder gets it, bounces off the first tackler, heads to the corner. A flag is down as he's got first down yardage. I think the reason he was able to turn the corner, Pops, is because there was a flag on the play.
We'll see what the call is by the referees on the field. Line judge delivers the infraction call to the referee, and we'll hear what the actual holding call is on that outside edge.
That is indeed the call, and that'll move Bowie back 10 yards from the original line of scrimmage, from the 18 back to the 28. From what we have observed, this would not be field goal yardage, so we'll have to wait and see how close Bowie can get.
Timeout, Keller.
Or is it the 2-minute warning? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, he pointed at the
He pointed to
coach.
Keller, but there's 2 minutes left on the
True,
clock.
true.
Either way, we'll take a break and be back with more high school football on Zap right after this.
Pools in Texas need servicing all year long. At Romney Pools, LLC, we provide quality pool services such as cleaning, maintenance, and repairs. So call 469-951-0107 for a free estimate and ask for Roberto. Romney Pools, LLC. We're going to make you fall in love with your pool again. Hablamos español.
2-minute, and they just kind of waved it off.
Yeah, I think they are going to wave off that 2-minute call as we come back live to Choctaw Stadium. 20-17, Bowie with the lead and the ball and a first down and 1 timeout remaining. Probably need a few more yards of field position to get into field goal range. But considering the quick strike ability of players like Osunde Brown, Max Nichols, and A.J. Berto, I don't think Bowie's thinking 3 here right now, Pops.
No, they're going to go for it. Referee's allowing just a little bit extra time here to get everybody nice and hydrated. That front has not come through Choctaw Stadium yet. We still have very still winds here and very warm and humid temperatures. Want to keep these young men well hydrated so we don't have the likes of cramps or other such problems. Bibbs is in the backfield all by himself. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right.
Yeah, empty backfield. I'm looking for maybe a wide receiver screen possibly here. Bibbs is looking left, steps up, trying to evade the tackle, and he'll just fall forward. They'll give him the 26-yard line, a pickup of maybe 2 as we go under 2 minutes now. And now Keller will call a timeout. With 1:39 to go, maybe they're thinking they can have a little bit of time to get the ball back. We'll be right back with a little bit more high school football right after this. Thanks so much for tuning in. PDA Advocacy Group supports CCMR, College, Career, Military Readiness, a set of educational standards designed to help students be better prepared for post-high school life. If college-bound, take entrance tests, dual credit courses, earn a 2-year degree prior to graduation. If you're going to a career, take classes that will result in industry certification, mechanic, computers, welding, etc. The options are vast. Military? Enlist in the armed forces as a career. CCMR, driving towards success in life. We just got an update from the voice of Yadi Pagan that next door at Globe Life, it's a 3-1 Rangers advantage. So they lead by 2 right now. The Bowie Vols lead by 3 as they face a second down and long. 4 receivers, 2 to the left and 2 to the right for Bibbs. He's rolling to that right, looking for the underneath man. He's got him and threw behind him for an incompletion. Looking for Nichols on that play, threw it more to the middle of the field as Nichols was headed for the sidelines. That'll bring up 3rd down and long, and Pops, I think it's 2-down territory.
I was just going to ask, is it 2-down territory? We haven't seen the Bowie field goal kicker tonight. I don't have a good idea how much range he has.
We're going to go with a triangle formation in the slot to the left and a tight end to the right. Nobody on the right side of the field. This is all going to the left. Bibbs rolling left, looking left, throwing left, and I think he threw an incompletion. Looked like a possible interception, but the back judge says no catch.
And number 12, Jacob just actually came up with the ball, but the referee said it bounced off the turf before he was able to secure it.
They were looking for first down yardage there, could not quite get it.
Looks like we're going for it here.
Bowie is going to go for it. 4th and forever. Says 4th and 18 on the 26. The line to gain is the 8-yard line. You have to think Bowie's probably just going for the end zone here. With the ball on the 26, it's essentially a touchback. 3 to the right, Bibbs looking that way, stepping up, got a good pocket, over the middle, caught, huge hit, but not before a big Bowie first down.
Tremendous hit by Baron Brown, but the receiver held on to the ball.
The umpire moving the ball to the 9-yard line, or are they giving him the 8? That's a big difference.
It's about the 8.
It's about the 8. Is it enough to move the sticks?
They've
Referee says yes. 1st and goal, Bowie. They needed 18. Guess what? They got exactly 18.
And another tremendous play by Berto there, going across the middle, giving up his body, taking a tremendous hit and hanging onto the ball.
1st and goal for the Volunteers with a minute to go. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Ponder, handoff to the left, and that will bring up 2nd down.
Flag on the play here.
Stoppage of play with 59 seconds left.
One of the umpires in the middle of the defense threw that flag.
The play was allowed to continue, so it probably wasn't a false start.
Officials conferring at the 10-yard line.
Herd of zebras coming to graze at the 10.
Yeah, we got an all-out convention here now.
Got to make sure they get it right. With the score being what it is, this is a critical possession as we get ready to go to the locker rooms.
Coach Sam is evidently offering some input. Referee's kind of putting the hand up going, it's okay, Coach, we got it.
We got this. Nodding his head. Thank you, sir. Yes, we've got it.
Chop block.
A chop block. That's the second illegal block penalty issued against Bowie. They had an illegal crackback block earlier in the ball game, and this one will push them outside of the 20-yard line.
That's a 15-yarder.
How often do you have a first and goal from the 22?
But we've seen so far tonight, Bowie is able to pick up big chunks of yards like that, so not completely out of putting another six spot on the board here before halftime with 49 seconds left. 49 seconds and one timeout here for the Volunteers.
I was about to look. I was trying to squint and see how many timeouts were left. One remaining for the Volunteers. Clock is rolling now as the offense gets set. Two to the right, one to the left. Bibbs play action, rolling, underneath. That's caught. Tennyson trying to scramble away, now trying to get to the sidelines, and does. That's a great effort by the sophomore with the awareness of where he was on the field, and it saves Bowie a timeout.
Good presence of mind there by the young man who bounced off of a tackler and spun around, and then he's like, whoa, I need to get out of bounds, and he was able to get it. Good play there. Second down now from about the 16-yard line. Goal to go.
So the clock stops. Second down and goal now from the 16. Man in motion, two running backs. Bibbs fakes it over the middle, and his receiver wasn't looking for it. He led number 4, Osunde Brown, right at the goal line, and I think Osunde Brown was still making his move upfield and didn't realize the ball was coming his way. So now it's third down and goal, possibly field goal distance. It would be about a 31, 32-yarder from this distance, but we know Bowie's looking for the end zone. Bibbs looking left, three receivers that direction, going to dump it off underneath. It's caught inside the 10 to the 5 and out of bounds. Not touchdown yardage, but Ponder does get it to the 5 to make it fourth down and goal. Clock stops with 24 seconds, and Bowie looks like they're going to send out the special teams unit and take the points.
It's like Galatian Pagofi on to
Pagofia. So this is number 4, Osunde Brown, the holder.
It's Espinola actually going to make the kick here.
21-yard attempt. Good hold. Kick is up. And it's good. 20 seconds to go. Bowie tacks on another 3 points. Your new score, the Volunteers 23, the Indians 17. We've paid all our bills, so we'll keep it right here at Choctaw Stadium as we are just a few seconds away from the halftime break. Pops, that was a really well-orchestrated drive by the Volunteers. They made it all the way to the 5-yard line, started at their own 25.
Good sustained drive there. We saw a lot of hard running, picking up just enough yards to get down the field, but milking the clock at the same time.
That was a roughly 20-play drive. They marched it down the field, covering a total of 70 yards, resulting in a field goal by Espindola. That is the classic Chevrolet drive summary. The next time you're ready to drive something new, contact Yadi Pagan at 817-706-5679. Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference. Pops, I got word from Jot Holly just a moment ago that the Arlington game is set to kick off at around 8:30 p.m. And the Colt broadcast will be going live during halftime, starting at around 8:20. Espindola with a high kick that's going to get fair caught at the 22-23 yard line. Keller has 2 timeouts left and 20 seconds to work with. We'll see what kind of magic they're able to muster.
Be interesting to see which set of personnel they bring out. They've been moving different men in and out of the quarterback and running back positions this evening. We'll keep an eye out for you to see who they run this series with. Looking out across the field to the old Greens Hill here at the old ballpark.
Do they play conservative or do they try to air it out?
They are bringing Brock Burkett back at quarterback. No, he's coming out at the wide receiver.
That is Burkett, number 7 at the quarterback spot.
Yep.
He's going to pass. Steps up in the pocket, rolling away, trying to direct traffic. Now he's just going to take off with it, and he'll get escorted out of bounds at about the 32-yard line. That play took up 9 seconds, though, almost half of their game clock used up on that 7-yard scamper.
Number 0, the man in the backfield with that for Keller, Timmy Erickson, in the backfield with quarterback Burkett. But Burkett, the man with the most rushing yards for the team.
Rolling to his right. Throwing incomplete. It'll bring up 3rd down. 5 seconds to go until halftime. Bowie with the lead and gets the ball to start the second half. Prevent defense getting set up for Bowie as they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men that are about 25 yards away from the line of scrimmage. Only 3 down linemen as they want nothing to get past them in these final 5 seconds. Burkett with 3 men to the right-hand side, and they will elect the handoff. Time has elapsed, and that run by number 0, Timmy Erickson, is the final play of the first half. We're through 24 minutes at Choctaw, and it's been a back and forth and fair, but the Bowie Volunteers lead it by a score of 23-17 as we head to the locker room. We'll take a short break, and you can tune in to the Keller Marching Band halftime performance here at Choctaw Stadium. We'll also have an interview with Coach Sam that'll take place during the break. And then we'll come back with the halftime show presented by Taqueria Taco Express. Thanks so much for tuning in to tonight's broadcast. It's halftime now, halftime show later, and then the second half. We'll be back in a bit.
2025 football season is upon us, and I'm here with Bowie head coach Joseph Sam. Do you go by Joe Sam or Joseph Sam? Does it depend on if you're friends with them or not?
Yeah, most people only call me by my first name. Either they don't know me or I'm in trouble. So
okay, I'm that way too. I go by Zach, but if I'm in trouble, my mom calls me Zachary. Yeah. So I get it. Coach, let's talk about the offensive side of the ball specifically for a moment. You were very run-heavy with Darian Peanut Bowers last year. Can we expect a little bit more of the same in the running game, or does it have to shift with his departure?
No, I think we have very capable running backs. We have Denzel Ponder, who played. Obviously, it's kind of hard to get a lot of playing time when
you got someone like that.
But he definitely is highly serviceable. We also have Javon Floyd, and then we have new arrivals in a kid by the name of Jalen Harper that has moved into our attendance zone and transferred over. So running back room is filled with plenty of talent. But I think our approach we may have to tweak some things, but our approach will stay the same. Where the good thing about why Bowers was able to do what he's able to do is because our O-line was very good.
Right.
And our O-line is a lot better than what I thought they would be coming out of fall camp. They've been kind of giving us some fits and some new schemes that they've been doing. But at the same time, we have three receivers that can take the top off of a defense at any given time. So, our offense, it may seem run heavy, but we run a lot of RPOs, which means the quarterback has the choice to either hand it off or throw it.
Yep.
And, if defenses want to load the box on us, you got three playmakers out there that, with Maxwell Nichols, Kedrick Sunday Brown, and AJ Berto, that can hurt you as well. So, I know everybody thinks we're just a run-heavy offense, but on top of being run-heavy, we got guys out there that can make plays as well.
Well, and that's part of what I was about to get to is you mentioned that the O-line was completely new, and regardless of whether you're trying to throw or run, you got to have good protection, either creating holes or creating time in the pocket for your quarterback.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about your O-line and the new O-line coach? How is their chemistry? And you said a good fall camp. How ready do you feel like they are for this season?
I think they'll end up being ready. If they're going to take lumps, it's going to be early. It's kind of like how we were on defense. I kind of talked about us on defense last year. Like if we were going to take lumps, it was going to be early. And, once they click, though, we're going to be special. And that's kind of what happened us defensively because we were breaking in 8 new starters.
Right.
And so, this year, that's the thing with the O-line. If they're going to make mistakes, it's going to be early. And once they get their rhythm, get their flow, we got a chance to be really, really special on offense. And personally, I think they're ahead of schedule.
Okay.
Because, what they've been giving it, like I said, in fall camp, they've been giving us some fits. Not saying that they're where we want them to be, but they're definitely ahead of schedule when it comes to getting out of fall camp, starting the scrimmage Thursday.
Yeah, the scrimmage is coming up, a pretty tough non-district slate coming up. Y'all went through a gauntlet of non-district a year ago. You get to have a similar gauntlet this year. What kind of thing do you hope to learn the most about this scrimmage and non-district competition in order to help you get ready for district play?
Well, the great thing about our non-district is, when you were talking about my win-loss record, I don't search to find teams we can beat.
Right.
I try to search teams that are similar to our playoff path. So, obviously our playoff – unfortunately, with injuries, our season ended early in that second-round playoff game.
Right.
But the team was ready for the playoff run because of the teams we played, like Richardson, who was a playoff team.
Right.
Flower Mound, which if they win Week 10, they're in the playoffs. Keller, same thing. They were a game out of making the playoffs in a very tough district. And then you have Coppell, who, if a fumble doesn't happen in the end zone, they're probably playing for a state championship.
Right.
So,
that was wild.
It's no rest for the weary, but I embrace the challenge because in order for you to get ready for the run in the playoffs, you have to play, in my opinion, playoff caliber teams.
Right.
And so I think that's one shift that I've made since I've been here, ever since my first year, is we're going to go seek playoff caliber teams so that our kids can be ready for the playoffs when the time hits.
Absolutely. You all had one of the highest, if not the highest, scoring offenses in the entire district last year. There's a lot of firepower in this district. How high do you feel like the offensive output needs to be this fall in order to stay competitive with some of the other high-scoring teams in the district?
I just score one more point than they do.
It's the old Lee Corso bit. The team that scores the most points will win the game.
No, I think it starts with being sound defensively. Being sound defensively, creating turnovers, being calculated but dynamic in how you do things defensively. And then offensively, the numbers say one thing, but we keep it simple for the kids. Take care of the football, execute on third down, execute in the red zone. You got a good chance to score a lot of points. And so, every big goal that everybody puts out there, we try to break it into the smaller goals that make the big goal happen.
Sure.
And so those three things are the three things we emphasize on offense. Take care of the football, be great on third down, and in the red zone, let's score touchdowns, not field goals.
Yep. A lot of that efficiency, that taking care of the football, starts with the field general.
Yes, sir.
Let's finish up talking about the offense by talking about the quarterback position. Trey Nichols isn't here anymore. Who's the next man up?
So it'll be Jaden Bibbs. And the crazy thing is you have Trey Nichols, who, at Ouachita right now has a chance to start as a freshman, offensive MVP. And he was so talented. So I'm not going to knock anything about Trey because he was super, super talented.
Sure.
But Bibbs was so talented that I made our offense actually play him one series a game. A lot of people don't know that. And so he was able to obtain a lot of varsity live game reps.
Got a lot of reps.
Just by doing that, because number one, it's kind of hard to punish a kid for not let him play at all because he's talented enough to play.
Right.
It's just the kid in front of him is just that guy.
Right.
So you try to find ways to expose him without, taking away from the guy. So
Sure.
Our one thing was let's make sure he at least gets one series a game. And then the great thing is that, fortunately enough, we were ahead enough in games to where Bibbs would either play a whole half or a whole quarter. And then in the second round playoff game, he started out a little rough at the beginning, but he ends up with 250 passing yards and 3 touchdowns. So we knew then it's not a quarterback competition. We got our guy.
You had the next guy.
Yeah. So, and he's better now. Heck, he's made some throws in some windows in fall camp, and I'm just like, I kind of just look at Coach Carter, and I'm just kind of like, that was pretty daggum good.
That was pretty good. But you don't ego boost. You don't stroke that ego and say it too much until it matters most out there on the field.
Absolutely.
But that's really exciting to hear. We enjoyed getting to cover him during that playoff game. I had a feeling that was where we were headed, but it must be a nice feeling to know that even with a player like Trey, you've got a player like Jaden who's ready to come in a moment's notice, and now he's ready to take over the program. Yeah,
and like I said, he's taken over all facets of the program. He's been a great leader. He's one of the hardest workers in the program. And I think that's one of the things culture-wise that's been great for us is that our best players are our hardest workers and best kids. And so that's kind of triculated throughout the program.
That's awesome. One last question. What kind of a message would you want to send to the Bowie faithful that are tuning into this?
Y'all have been with us when we were 2-8. Y'all have been with us when we have been district champs. And, one of the things is, although the record has changed throughout the years, the process has stayed the same. Where, we want to be a fast, physical, and fun football team. The two things I'm going to live by until I'm done coaching is we're going to play the game the right way with our EAT mantra, which 100% effort, positive attitudes, and being mentally tough. And then obviously playing together as a family, which, that stands for forget about me, I love you. Play for the man next to you because you play better when you play for the man next to you rather than yourself. And then have fun with each other. like I said, when you come to a game, and I know you've seen it, there's going to be high fives, chest bumping, celebrations. We got championship belts and all those different things to kind of keep the kids going. So, those things aren't going to change because through the process of working hard, you want the kids to have fun with the rewards of working hard.
Absolutely. A-frames that bring their A game. The next time you need to get your brand out to the community, go with the printers who are in your community, ICA Signs. With everything from wall signs to banners, printed tees to hats, ICA can even do same-day rush orders on select products. Visit ICAsigns.com/shop to see their full list. That's IKAsigns.com/shop. ICA Signs, a partner of Zach Arnold Productions.
Welcome inside our broadcast area here at Choctaw Stadium, where the Volunteers lead by a score of 23-17. Alongside my pops Doug, I'm Zach Arnold, excited to be bringing you this non-district action that has been a back-and-forth affair from start to finish.
It's been a tightly contested ball game, and both teams are showing some good offense. They're showing some good defense. It's just been a fun game to watch. Like I said earlier in the ball game, we just hope that our team comes out on top in the end.
So far they're doing that, and they get the ball to start the second half, so we'll see what they can do. There is some very jarring statistics from the Dallas Morning News that I'm going to share in just a moment. But first, a word from our friends.
All right, the halftime show is presented by our friends at Taqueria Taco Express. I could go off script and talk about them all night, but Taqueria Taco Express can solve any Mexican food craving with 5 convenient locations, a 6th one opening soon. Solving those cravings has never been easier. Be sure to visit them on Taco Tuesday for their taco special. 5 tacos and a large agua fresca. Get the strawberry one. It's really good.
It's really good.
For just $10. Order online to collect points for free food. Visit today or visit TaqueriaTacoExpress.com.
I love the folks at Taqueria Taco Express. I met them when I was just a regular at their restaurant and just decided to hit them up and say, hey, I noticed that you have a billboard along I-20 advertising your first store that's at 20 and Great Southwest. I know you're opening more. Would you be interested in advertising with a local program? And they have been 110% on board ever since. Super thankful for them. They've catered my rehearsal dinner. They catered your birthday most recently back in March. They've done different events for us over the last couple of years, and now they do the halftime show. So super thankful for them.
Good food, good people.
First thoughts before I even show you the stats. Your first impressions on how this first half has gone for the Volunteers.
I think the Volunteers have had a lot more output on the ground game and the throwing game than what we're seeing on the scoreboard. I bet there's a whole mess of yards on there for Bordeaux, on there for Max, and quarterback Bibbs has got some good yardage through the air to several different receivers. Tennyson has been out there. It's been a good offensive matchup, and I think they've done more offensive on the ground than the 23 points that are showing right now.
I think that's accurate. You have listed.
And I didn't.
You
look
haven't looked at this sheet that I've got here, but you listed off all of the names that I'm about to talk about.
Go for it then.
How many passing yards do you think Dallas Morning News recorded for Jaden Bibbs in this first half?
I'm going to go conservative, about 275 to 300.
How about 325?
I wasn't that far off.
It wasn't that conservative. 325 in the first half.
Oh, man.
First half.
That's impressive.
And 2 touchdowns, including that 85-yarder that went to Bordeaux, who has 140 to his credit. Leads the team in receiving yards. Nichols leads the team in receptions with 9 catches for 70 yards. And Bibbs is also the leading rusher with 18 on the ground. Ponder has a touchdown run, but he hasn't run for a whole bunch of yards yet.
Right. It's Bibbs has been playing very well at quarterback, but Bordeaux just been playing lights out at the receiver position. It's been a lot of fun to watch. And if we're looking at a player of the game so far, we've got a pretty tight race going on right now. We'll have to see what this second half brings.
Burkett is 4 for 11 with 66 yards and a touchdown. He also has run for a few yards. The only thing that Keller is really leading in right now is rushing yardage. They have outrun Bowie by a difference of 88 to 45.
Well, we said coming in that the quarterback Crosby was Burkett was a dual threat quarterback with the most rushing yards in the game last week. And so we would have expected them to be putting up some good rushing yards from the QB position. But they've also taken the quarterback Burkett out and run in McCroskey some during the second quarter. So we've really had to pay attention to who Keller's running at the quarterback spot tonight, as well as the running back position. They bring Timmy Erickson in addition to their other leading running back in, like we said,
Shropshire.
Shropshire has been doing a lot of the carries for them. We just pay attention and try and bring you the best details that we can based on who's running what.
Erickson has 7 carries for 33 yards. Shropshire has only been credited with 2 carries. I don't feel like that's accurate.
No, that can't be accurate. No.
But he does have over 50 of those 88 team rush yards. So Burkett was able to scramble for a first down, and Shropshire had that big run that set up the field goal. But then you also don't have to have any accounting for the kickoff return for a touchdown that Keller had. That put them right back in it as well. So
yeah, that was a nice run on that particular play. He found a crease up the middle and took it all the way to the house.
Let's take a look at our scoreboard report presented by Eka Signs before we head back to the second half.
All right, the Eka Signs halftime report. Let's talk about some games that were played last night on Thursday. Lamar High School lost to Saxe High School 24-21 over at UTA. Seguin played against Red Oak, and they came up on a little bit short. Red Oak 40.
No, Seguin won that game.
Seguin won that game 41-34 in a final.
That was a surprise because Red Oak is supposed to be a very highly ranked team, and Seguin ended up coming out on top with a defensive stand.
Other games around the area: Grand Prairie 13, Keller Central leading 35 at the half. Martin playing Denton Geyer. It's at the halftime. Geyer 31, Martin 14. South Grand Prairie 28, Keller Timber Creek 15 at the half, and Sam Houston 0, Burleson Centennial 30 at the half. And down in Mansfield at Newsom Stadium, Summit High School, my old school, one of my favorites, 20, and Mansfield High School 7 at the half.
That kickoff return was taken to about the 28-yard line. Third quarter getting underway. Be sure to hit that share button and let the folks at home know that the halftime show has concluded. And we are back to live action here at Choctaw Stadium. Bowie with the lead and the ball as they get ready to start this second half. And that carry is good for 9 or 10 yards. That's a great way to start the second half when running was the thing that you had some trouble with in the first half, Pops. Run it for 10 to start the second half.
If I was in the halftime locker room with Keller, I would say, defense, let's watch that Bowie left side of the line because they've been picking up some good yards.
Flag on the play as Osunde Brown takes it across the 40-yard line.
We're going to see what the referees are going to call here on this particular play. Looks like they're going to march the ball against the Volunteers, but we haven't seen the signal from the referee. I want to give a shout out to the left tackle Maldonado, the left guard Gutierrez, because they have been consistently moving people around this evening, and sometimes the big men on the line don't get their names called out, and I wanted to do that tonight because they're making some good plays for the Bowie offense.
Ada Talley tuning in on the YouTube chat, along with Randy Russ and Cry Wolf 46.
I remember that name Talley from last year.
Dylan Talley was a big playmaker for Bowie last season, and Miss Ada still cheering on for the Vols even after Dylan graduated. All right now, Pops. Zach, I hate to say it, he is outdoing you. There's some high praise for Pops in the chat tonight.
Doing what I can to help keep it interesting, folks.
First down and about 15 now after the illegal formation. Bibbs back to pass, looking across the middle, fires complete, and near first down yardage as Bibbs just continues to pick apart the Keller defense. Osunde Brown gets 14 of the 15 back.
Good play there as Osunde Brown just found a hole in the middle of the Keller defense and turned around and sat, and Bibbs shot it right to him. Good pickup there.
2 to the right, 1 to the left. Play action, Bibbs want to go to the middle, and it's caught again. I believe that's Birdow on the catch this time.
Was that the replay function on
It's almost the exact same play. That is Osunde Brown with the catch. They're just playing catch out there right now as they move it into plus territory.
Interesting. I wonder if the Bowie coaches in the eye in the sky found a soft spot there.
Handoff, Ponder goes back to the middle after finding nothing to the right. Flags are thrown. Looks like the area of face mask. And that'll be 15 and a fresh set of downs. Up in Flower Mound, Arlington and Marcus are officially underway after an extensive weather delay. That game also live on the Zap Network with Jot Holly and Tim Costello on the call.
On the call on the field, it's a face mask against Keller. That's going to give Bowie some extra yardage on that play. Guys, Zach, I got to tell you, I'm continuing to be impressed with number 14, Denzel Ponder, and his gumption. He doesn't quit. He does not. He doesn't. I've seen pro players that bounce off somebody and they lay down. Not this kid.
This is a keeper for Bibbs up the middle. A good zone read as he picks up another 5 or so. And Bowie's in the red zone down to the 17.
Good opening drive to start the second half for the Volunteers. Put 3 on the board at the end of the first half. Come right back. They're driving down the field. We saw a long drive. What is that? 20-play drive to end the second half or first half. Another good drive here.
2 to the left and 1 to the right. Second down and medium for the Vols as they will wait on a new play with 15 seconds to go on the play clock. This looks like 24 coming in for Bowie. That's Jaden Harper. He'll take the handoff and get met back at the 20-yard line. Running back by committee for these Bowie Volunteers. Ponder gets the start. Harper has been contending for reps, and I've heard that there are some other young men that also want to see playing time in the backfield with Bibbs. So Ponder will probably get a majority of the reps, but we will definitely be on the lookout for other running backs in that formation as well.
It's going to be Harper again on this play.
2 to the left and 1 to the right. Bibbs fakes, throws, left, caught, spin move inside the 5, taking a tackler with him to the goal line. Touchdown, Volunteers. What an incredible effort by Kedrick Osunde Brown to punch it in for 6.
Well-placed throw there and good yards after catch for Osunde Brown. Extends the lead for the Volunteers here. 29 on the board and another one coming, we hope, from Leo Espinolda. Big senior kicker lines up, ready for the point after touchdown. The kick is up. It's a low kick, but it's through the uprights, and the score runs to 30-17.
9:07 to go in the third. We'll be right back with more high school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing, right after this. Thanks so much for tuning in to tonight's broadcast. John Wade Roofing is celebrating 40 years serving the Arlington area. John Sr. played for Colt football and was the team MVP in '76. He went on to play for TCU, earning all conference honors. The family has a Colt legacy that spans generations and wants to help your family's roofing needs, plus gutters, painting, solar, and more. For more information, go to johnwaderoofing.com. Welcome back to Choctaw Stadium. This drive started at their own 28-yard line. It only took 8 plays to go those 72 yards, and it was capitalized by Jaden Bibbs connecting with Kedrick Osunde Brown for the Bowie touchdown. This classic Chevy drive summary is here to remind you that the next time you're ready to drive something new, contact Yadi Pagan at 817-706-5679. Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference. 30-17 in favor of the Volunteers now.
Number 2 and number 17 back deep, Crosby and Erdman.
A high kick to the up man who makes the fair catch at about the 19-yard line. Fans, the third quarter is presented by our friends at 1836 Home Inspections, rooted in Texas pride. 1836 provides peace of mind for one of the most important financial decisions of your life. With comprehensive reporting, same-day report delivery, and cutting-edge technology, you can be assured with an 1836 Home Inspection Report. Call 817-382-2111 to schedule your inspection today.
Burkett at quarterback, back to pass. It's a long one over the middle. Caught! It's going to be a foot race, folks. Will the Volunteers be able to catch up? Cut in the corner. No! It's a touchdown for the Keller Indians.
As soon as Keller thinks that they're down and out, Burkett goes way over the top to number 6, Bodie Davis. One play, 80 yards, and the odd formation at play again.
Center and quarterback, and then everybody shifts.
And now they're going to bring on a whole new personnel unit.
Bowie's seen it once. They're ready for it.
What a quick turn of events. And now Bowie's got too many people on the field. They just barely get him off. Extra points up and through. And it's a 6-point game again. Your new score, Bowie 30, Keller 24. We'll be back with more high school football on the Zap Network, presented by John Wade Roofing, right after this.
Are you a small business owner looking for reliable insurance coverage? Or perhaps you're navigating the complexities of Medicare? Look no further. Chapman Cornelius Insurance Services is a family-owned, independent insurance agency with over 50 years of experience with tailored insurance solutions for small businesses and their owners. Whether you need home and auto, business insurance, or individual or group medical, Chapman Cornelius has knowledgeable agents who will help you select just what you need. Call April Chapman or Jason Ott at 817-265-3346.
Back to live action here at Choctaw Stadium, and what an action-packed adventure we are in for tonight, Pops. Friday Night Lights at its very best. As soon as Bowie thinks that they have stretched out in front, Keller just takes the lid off of the top of it and goes for an 80-yard strike.
Well, Bowie comes out in their first drive, and they're throwing jabs, jab, 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 yards, and they put it in the end zone. Keller comes out, first play, a haymaker, and they put another one in the end zone. It's been a fun ball game to watch.
Currently a 6-point margin as the Volunteers looking for an answer of their own. Bibbs very close to 400 passing yards, and we're not even midway through the third. He's going to need to keep that up if they're going to keep the Volunteers in front.
That ball headed to Campbell on the far side. He's going to go over his head and into the end zone for a touchback.
Oh, man, it took a weird bounce at the 1, and it was almost a live ball at the 1-yard line. But Bowie does get it out to the 25. A reminder, fans, that if you're looking for the Arlington versus Flower Mound Marcus game, that is now live on the Zap Network. Jot Holly and Tim Costello on the call for that one. Scoreless early in the first quarter. Definitely not scoreless here in this ball game. 54 combined points, and we are nowhere close to being done.
Mad Max split way off to the right. Two receivers on the left.
Bibbs back out for some more magic, and he'll hand it off to Ponder, who's got a crease across the 30 and up to the 33-yard line before a host of different Indians brought him to the turf. Good, solid pickup of about 8 on that play.
One of the guys in the middle of that pile, number 34, Freddie Atma, the senior defensive lineman for the Indians. Called his name a couple of times tonight, but pretty active for the defense for Keller.
Second down and 2. Ponder will get it again, running to the left side this time, trying to go behind one of his blockers, and will come up just short of the line to gain. The line judge putting him at the 34.5-yard line. It's 3rd and inches.
Quentin Boatner keeping him from getting those last 2 inches that he needed for the Keller Indians. But it's 3rd and really short for this Bowie offense that seems to be running to that left side with ease somewhat tonight, picking out some good yardage every time they run that way.
They go with a heavy set to the right, plunging ahead, and that's enough for a first down. Up to the 37-yard line goes the running back, and Bowie moves the sticks again.
Got a player for Keller slow to get up. Somebody was in that backfield trying to help them get the stop that time. Number 34, he was in on the play earlier in this series, Freddie Atma.
He'll have to come off for at least a play as he was slow to get up there. Possibly a hydration issue. It's pretty warm and pretty muggy. The cold front has not come in yet.
No,
although
the air is dead and humid.
Although in Texas, the cold front is a very relative term.
It'll get all the way down to 80 tomorrow.
Bibbs, play action underneath, got a man, taking it back to the inside and taking a couple of tacklers with him all the way up to midfield. That's number 27, the tight end, Tennyson, and the sophomore picking up some more big yardage on that gain of 9.
Well, and good tough yards after catch on that. He had some contact, and he was wriggling through it, and we've got a Bowie player now slow to get up as the training staff trots out on the field to take a look at this young man.
While they tend to Kedrick Osunde Brown, we'll tend to paying our bills. High school football on Zap will return right after this.
Taqueria Taco Express is the official taqueria of Zach Arnold Productions, with locations in Arlington, Grand Prairie, Waxahachie, and a new location opening in Mansfield. Solving your Mexican food craving has never been easier. Visit them on Taco Tuesdays for their special 5 tacos and a large agua fresca for just $10. Find out more by visiting taqueriatacoexpress.com.
Modern West Windows and Doors is a partner of the Zap Network. They're also partnered with trusted industry leaders like Lowen, Weather Shield, and Simpas to guarantee quality product and installation. Whether you're searching for new concepts for your entryway, living room, dining room, bedroom, or even a workshop, Modern West has the solutions you're looking for. Visit the showroom at 1211 6th Avenue in Fort Worth or visit modernwestwindows.com.
Back to Choctaw Stadium. Kedrick Osunde Brown able to walk off under his own power. And he's been a big player in this ball game, so we are definitely going to keep our eyes on him as best we can and see if he's able to re-enter this ball game. Second and short for the Volunteers. Swing pass out to the left-hand side. Some downfield blocking across midfield and turning the corner into Keller territory. That's another Volunteer first down on the reception by A.J. Burdo.
Yeah, good little play set up on the left side there. He was able to haul the ball in safely and then get behind his lead blockers. And the lead blockers did their job, opening up just enough room for him to pick up the yardage for the first down.
4 receivers set, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. That is Harper in the backfield as Bibbs sends in the new play with 10 on the play clock. Gets the snap, rolls to his right. A little dumper that has a bit of a wobbly angle on it. It'll fall incomplete. Intended target on that one was number 13, Darian Carson, the junior wideout. Second and 10 now, just across midfield. Play call comes in. Harper getting some reps here in this third quarter. We didn't see much of them in the first half. Getting some second half opportunities. Little curl route complete, and a couple of Indians applying a big hit at the 41, but it is a completed pass to 85, Aiden Rondon, and it'll bring up third and short.
That was out of an interesting formation on the left side. It was a diamond slot formation, and it's hard for the defenders to pick out the right guy to defend when you've got 3 men standing so close to each other. Good pickup on that play, though.
2 receivers to the left and H-back to the left. 1 man all by himself to the right. Play action to Harper. Bibbs wrestled down at midfield, and that play action did not fool anybody, Pops.
Yeah, number 33, Blaine McDonald, the linebacker, the junior linebacker for Keller, was in the face of Bibbs almost as soon as he received the snap.
That will force a volunteer punt as they get dropped for a loss after some momentum that got them across midfield. They'll have to send it away, leading by just 6.
Pregame dropping back to punt for the Volunteers, standing at about his own 35-yard line.
That's wobbly away from him, but he is able to get it away. Fair catch called for and made at about the 11 or 12-yard line, and with 5:12 to go, Keller has a chance to take the lead. Stick around. We'll be back with some more high school football on Zap presented by John Wade Roofing right after this.
Need a cleanup that's easier than finding your seat on game day? Trinity Logistics Services has you covered. Whether it's your home or your business, Trinity will drop off and pick up the dumpster. No hassle, no mess. Founded by Arlington's own Chet Soto, class of '97, Trinity Logistics Services is proud to serve their hometown. Call 817-693-1302 and let's tackle your next project together.
Burkett, fresh off of that big touchdown pass on the drive that was just one play. Empty set for him here inside his own 20. Under pressure, steps away from it. Now under pressure again, stepping away from it. Hit as he throws, and it falls incomplete at the foot of his intended target. Great pressure there by the Bowie front 7 to get in his face.
Yeah, they were really in his face and making him roll out of his pocket. Finally gets popped by Bowie defender number 6, Galatian, the gentleman who just punted the ball this deep, Pregame.
Do-it-all defender. Run play up the middle to about the 15, maybe the 16-yard line. Not much doing there. It'll be 3rd down now. On the carry there was Erickson. Maybe got 3 on the play. And the Bowie offense/special teams unit is getting off of the bench, hoping that they have an opportunity to get a 3-and-out here.
Timmy Erickson in the backfield with Burkett on this play.
4 receiver set. Erickson going out for a reception. Burkett under pressure, scrambling, finally lofting it to a wide open man at the 30. Busted coverage as Keller gets it across the 40-yard line. Big pickup there as all the safeties were deep, and number 6, Bodie Davis, got behind the defensive line, but in front of the secondary.
Yeah, everybody was dropping back, and there was a big hole there on that far side.
Quick to the line with trips to the right. Keller with a little momentum after that 3rd down conversion, and Bowie trying to snuff that out after a gain of just 1 for number 0, Erickson.
Yeah, there was another stunt on that time. Don Rivas, the junior linebacker for Bowie, was in the backfield almost as soon as the ball was snapped. Almost no gain on that play, maybe a half a yard.
2nd down, they'll call it 9 with a 4 receiver set, 2 to the left and the right. Erickson back there with Burkett. Now out of the backfield, Burkett by himself, under pressure, steps away from it, stepping up and gonna run to the sidelines, lowers his shoulder, and a big pop in front of the Bowie sidelines for a hard-fought 3 yards.
Yeah, there was another rush on there by the Bowie defense. Bowie defense bringing the house on that one and flushed Burkett out of the pocket, and he had to do whatever he could to pick up any kind of positive yards. 3rd and 5 here.
Right at midfield in front of the Choctaw C logo. And Bowie's defense jumped. No flag thrown. The play is to the near sideline, incomplete. I think Keller thought they had a free play. Bowie was able to jump back across the neutral zone in time, and it's 4th down for Keller.
Well, and on the reception end, the referee left his hanky in his pocket as there was a lot of contact between number 2, Crosby, and Bowie's number 28, the defender, Stephen McQueen. Well, there's some parents with a sense of humor.
Steve McQueen. At least they didn't name him Lightning.
There you go, yeah.
Maybe that's his nickname.
Ka-chow. 4th down, and they're going to punt it away here. It would appear. Number 5, Campbell, drops back to receive the punt for the Bowie Volunteers. It's a good place for a fake, don't you think, Zach?
It could be. Bowie brought the pressure, but it got away. And it's going to roll inside the 5-yard line.
Took a nasty Keller roll.
No, why did he go for it? Did he think maybe he touched it?
Maybe. I don't know. But when the defender got there, he jumped on it.
That's a fight for possession inside the 5-yard line. What is going on here?
Referees are going to talk about it down there. I was afraid maybe he did touch it right when it bounced and went past him. Oh, there's going to be quite a debate here. Let's see what happens.
This could be the play of the game, depending on what the call is.
Keller Special Teams thinks they have it. Let's just hope Bowie gets pinned deep in their own territory here.
Coach Sam is 5 yards away. Keller football.
Ooh. Where's the replay on that one, Zach?
I didn't take it in time. My apologies.
We don't have a truck to call out to give us a replay on every play. But, boy, you're right. That could be a tide turner right there. Bowie defense trots out on the field, and they've got a tough test before them here.
A 1st and goal on the muffed punt. Huge swing in momentum as Keller can take the lead if they get a touchdown and an extra point. Burkett out there. Man in motion, that's the H-back to the right. He's going to take it himself. Quarterback draw. Up the middle, lowering the shoulder. He's in. Touchdown, Keller. And just like that, momentum is shifted. $30 apiece, right back where we started. And an extra point away from Keller's first lead of the game. Under 3 minutes to go, 15 minutes of football left to play, and Keller has clawed all the way back.
Seems to be an unsportsmanlike conduct call against Bowie that will be enforced on the kickoff.
Extra point, up, and true, your new score, Keller 31, Bowie 30. We'll be back with the final 15 minutes of an exciting game here at Choctaw Stadium right after this.
Las albercas en Texas necesitan servicios durante todo el año. Romy Pools brinda servicios de calidad, incluyendo limpieza, mantenimiento y reparaciones. Llama al número 469-951-0107 para una consulta gratuita y pregunta por Roberto. Romy Pools, haremos que te enamores de tu alberca de nuevo.
Back to Choctaw Stadium alongside my pops Doug. I'm Zach Arnold. A 1-point ball game with just under 3 minutes to go in the third. Pops, the game that they played in Keller last year was a 6-point final. We may be well on our way to another barn burner tonight.
Yeah, I was saying during the break, there's still a lot of ball game to go, but the momentum can shift so quickly as it did on that play where Campbell apparently touched the ball. Didn't really maybe realize it until the last second when the Keller defender came in so strongly to recover it, and then there was a little fight for the ball, and it ended up with Keller. And one run from the quarterback, Burkett, and they've got a 1-point lead here. 2:59 left in the third quarter here from Choctaw, and Bowie's fixing to receive the ball. Campbell and Max Nichols dropping back deep for the Volunteers. The 15-yard penalty that was assessed between the touchdown and the PAT is going to put the ball at about the Bowie 49 for kickoff. Do you try an onside kick here?
I mean, there's no harm in it. If you get it, it gives you a lot of momentum. Also an opportunity to try directional kicking, see if you can get a pooch kick that pins them inside the 20. But this is
an onside kick.
Number 1, Whitmire lining up in more of a onside kick type of position.
Bowie's trying to respond on their side.
That is an onside kick. You called it, Pops, and I think Keller fell on
They
it.
sure did. On the far sideline, they were able to grab it before he went out of bounds. Bowie couldn't respond fast enough. They were trying to respond on the field in the moment. That would have been a good place for a timeout when everybody started trying to shift on Bowie's special teams, but they didn't get it in time.
And there's a man down as well. Jaden Dumaine, a little slow to get up. While the Bowie training staff tends to him, we'll take a short break and come back. Keller with the lead, the ball, and the momentum here on the Zap Network. We'll be right back. Looking for the most unique gift for your student or athlete? Local Legends Figures has you covered. The custom 6-inch figures are designed with you and your legend in mind. They even immortalize yours truly with a custom, never-before-used model to create a Zach the Voice figure for my 30th birthday. Huge thanks to our friends at Local Legends Figures. See pricing and place orders at locallegendsfigures.com. I thought that was an 8. It was actually a 9. Dumaine is okay, but Don Rivas, the junior linebacker, was the young man slow to get up on that play. Keller recovers the onside and has it in plus territory at the Bowie 31.
When the Mo shifts, and boy, it's in Keller's favor right now.
Burkett back to pass, pump fake, the double clutch to the end zone. And the flag will be thrown for pass interference.
Yeah, there was a lot of contact down there in that corner. Referee had some trouble getting the flag out of his pocket, but it finally gets on the field, and there's going to be PI there.
There's a contingent of about 30 to 40 Keller students that are louder than the entire stadium right now, as the pass interference will push the ball inside the red zone with 2:52 to go here in the third quarter. Four receivers set, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. Burkett, handoff up the middle to the 11-yard line goes number 5, Shropshire. Not quite enough for a first down. Line to gain is about the 7-yard line.
Another big test here for the Bowie defense. Difficult series of events here with the turned over punt and the onside kick.
Empty backfield now for Burkett. Rolling, escaping, and just gonna have to throw it away. No, caught! Touchdown, Keller! I thought he was throwing that away, and he instead throws it up for a touchdown to number 8. Bradley McCroskey gets the catch in the corner of the end zone, and Keller has all the momentum.
The Bowie defense was in hot pursuit on that one. They broke containment, got into the pocket, chasing the quarterback Burkett to the sideline, and he makes a very athletic throw to the end zone for a touchdown.
It's been all Keller this third quarter. They now lead it 38-30 with 2:10 to go in the third. We'll be back with more high school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing, right after this. Zach Arnold Productions is proud to service the greater Arlington and DFW area. With experience in broadcasting, podcasting, web series, public address, marketing, and public relations, Zap can help you tackle any modern communications task. Whether you need an announcer for your sporting event or just need help proofing a press release, be sure to call 817-319-2402 to see how you can find energetic media solutions for your task with Zach Arnold Productions. Back to Choctaw Stadium, and the momentum from halftime has all but disappeared, Pops. How does Bowie get it back in their favor?
Well, they've got to, it's a mental game now. Bowie has got to stay within their game plan and continue working the plays that worked so effectively in the first half. They can't let their spirits get down because the momentum shift has happened here in the last two series. I mean, an onside kick is always a very low percentage play, but Bowie wasn't ready.
Right.
They didn't have the hands team.
They didn't have hands team out.
And that has really affected. So they've got to stay mentally focused here and just grind it out like they were doing earlier in the third quarter.
A long, sustained drive would do them a lot of good and help the defense be able to take a little bit of a rest after being out there consecutively with their backs against the wall. This one will go out of the end zone for a touchback, so Bowie will start at their own 25.
Coach Sam in the middle of that little huddle there as they head back out onto the field, trying to pump his team up and say, guys, stay focused on the plan.
Three receivers set here to start for Bibbs. He'll hand it off to Ponder, trying to run to the right-hand side, and he'll get stopped behind the line. Over in Flower Mound, second quarter getting underway. The Colts leading and driving 7-0 against the Marauders right now. 2 to the left and 1 to the right. 2 men in the backfield for Bibbs. Now one of those men in motion, trying to go underneath. Now looking over the top. Nobody's open. Scrambling, rolling to his right, and that one's going to be incomplete. That was a bouncer into the turf before Mad Max was able to haul it in, and it'll be third down and long. That was probably the third stop in his progression, Pops. He wanted the wide receiver bubble screen. It wasn't there. He wanted to go over the top on the man up the seam. He wasn't there. Tried the right-hand side to his sure receiver in Mad Max, and just nothing there, and now it's 3rd and 12. Only 3 down linemen, 8 back for Keller defense. Still getting in his face, and that should be a pass interference.
From way over at the 40-yard line.
3 pieces of mustard on the lettuce, as the obvious pass interference is going to preserve the Bowie drive.
That little play across the middle drew some attention from the Keller linebackers, but a little too much attention. Zach, we're looking at the ribbon, the advertising ribbon around the bowl here at the Choctaw Field. They're advertising the Renegades. Well, we had some fun at some Renegades games out here, didn't we?
Yeah, I used to host a podcast called Renegades Roundup with a friend of mine, Joe Scanlon. He couldn't get over the fact that there was football being played in his old favorite baseball stadium. Bibbs rolling to his left, throwing to his left, and it's picked off.
Oh.
Interception by number 26, Cody Fouts. Undercutting the route, and it's another turnover as Keller with the ball in plus territory. Maybe they've run that play one too many times tonight, Pops, and the defense was able to respond.
Well, and Keller just looks like a very different team coming out here in the second half. They went into the locker room and made some adjustments that really seem to be sparking their team right now, making a difference.
Well, and here's the other part that I am suspecting. I'm not accusing. It's merely speculation because we have no idea what kind of conversations go on in the locker room. But I have to wonder if there was a little bit of a fire lit under these Keller Indians in the locker room, and maybe some of Bowie's defensive adjustments, or just adjustments in general, were geared towards preventative actions. You don't want to strategize that way, and you hope that you don't have to strategize that way. But so far, all of the indications to me have looked like Bowie was just trying to keep Keller at arm's length, and it hasn't worked.
Well, the defensive coach for Bowie has been bringing some blitz packages, but Burkett is able to spin out of them and make good plays.
Pressure here. It's a screen pass, and it's going to get blown up at the 50. Bowie read that play perfectly, and that one's going to go back.
Bryson Castile with a huge hit on the receiver on that play, and he got nothing. Lost a lot of yardage on that play. Burkett and Erickson in the backfield for Keller. Bowie's defensive line shifts. Burkett to the outside edge to number 8, McCroskey. He's ridden out of bounds just short of the yardage needed for the first down. It's going to be third and, inches. The width of the referee's shoe. No, it's going to be 3rd and 10. Sorry about that.
Well, they're
back to the original line of scrimmage.
They had the penalty that pushed them back. And then the big play at the end there also. And that will be the end of the third quarter. It was all Keller in that third quarter as we get ready to go to the fourth. A reminder that the fourth quarter is presented by our friends at Modern West Windows and Doors. See the difference their portfolio can make on your home by visiting their showroom at 1211 6th Avenue in Fort Worth or by going to modernwestwindows.com to explore their inventory. The fourth quarter coming up right after this.
Taquería Taco Express es la taquería oficial de Zach Arnold Productions. Con un amplio y auténtico menú, satisface tus antojos o prepara tu próximo evento con nosotros. Visítanos todos los martes para disfrutar de Taco Tuesday con 5 tacos y un agua fresca por solo $10. Para encontrar sucursales cercanas o hacer pedidos en línea, visita taqueriatacoexpress.com.
Back to action here at Choctaw Stadium. A big 3rd down and 10 for the Bowie defense, who have been beleaguered in the last 12 minutes of play. Looking for a stand here to try to give the ball back to their offense.
In a situation like this, so far in this third quarter, the Bowie DC has been calling a blitz package and getting into the backfield successfully, but the quarterback for Keller, Burkett, is able to spin out of those rush attacks and make key plays when there's more one-to-one coverage in the backfield.
He's got a 4-receiver set here, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. Now a man in motion. Play action, looking to that right side. Man in his face, stepping away. Trying to direct traffic. Throws a duck, and it's picked off! Huge momentum swing as Galatians Pagofi gets the pick for Bowie.
Credit to Bryson Castile also for the tremendous pressure. He had a piece of the quarterback Burkett's jersey as he threw that duck up in the air. That was the cause of the fluttering football that allowed Pagofi to haul it in for the turnover.
The big pressure, the big one-handed catch for the interception. What an SC top 10 momentum shift. Da-na-na, da-na-na.
And it was about time that Bowie caught a break here. Good time to get some positive momentum going their direction.
They have it at the 25-yard line after the momentum swing by Pagofi.
Bibbs and Ponder in the backfield, 2 left, 2 right here.
Who does Bibbs go to on this drive? Play action, over the top, caught near the 40-yard line.
Who else?
Birdow. Move the chains.
The man's been busy tonight.
Some let's go Bowie chants after the turnover belt getting passed around on the near sideline. Continuing the 4-receiver set, 11 minutes to go. Ponder, handoff to the 40. Spins out of 1 tackle, but not the second. They'll give him the 41-yard line, a pickup of just 2.
Trying to run on that left side between the left tackle and the left guard that was so successful in the first half, and that time the Keller defense responded and plugged that hole up.
Mad Max all by himself to the left, that diamond formation you talked about on the right-hand slot. Rolling that way is Bibbs, looking underneath, looking middle, deflected, and incomplete near midfield. 2 or 3 different Keller defenders converging on the ball, and it'll force a 3rd and 8.
As good as Burdow has been tonight, it's hard to catch a ball with 3 defenders sandwiching you.
.10:48 to go. Keller with an 8-point advantage after a huge third quarter swing. Empty set here for Bibbs with 3 to the left. Now Mad Max in motion, faking it to him. Going across the middle, got a man, overthrew him, and it's incomplete.
Burdow's got good hands, but he's not quite that tall. That ball sailed on Bibbs.
Kind of holding his right side there also is number 3. We'll have to take a look at him on the sidelines as Pregame comes out for the punt.
Brock Meek and Cash Erdman back deep for the Indians. I'm sorry, that's Baron Brown.
Pregame waited for his defense to get down there as a fair catch is called for inside the 15. And now it's time for another defensive stop. Don't go anywhere. We've got a fun 10:36 ahead on the Zap Network presented by John Wade Roofing. John Wade Roofing has been serving the Arlington area since 1982, but the Wade legacy runs much deeper in the city of Arlington. A pioneer family that has had roots going back decades, John Wade and Company saw relatives attend the Cooper Street Arlington High campus and has had members play in Colt athletics for decades, and they're looking forward to serving this community for decades to come. Find out more at johnwaderoofing.com. Back to live action here at Choctaw Stadium alongside my pops Doug, Zach Arnold, bringing you this non-district game that's turned into a thriller. Going in favor of the Indians, Bowie needing a big stop here as this handoff will go for about 5 or 6 yards across the 20 to the 21-yard line.
Mark Haynes, the senior edge for the Volunteers, able to drag down the running back for Keller on that play, but he did pick up about 6 yards.
Number 23, David Makia on the run, probably the 3rd or 4th back that we've seen for Keller. They had a good rushing attack against Marcus last week. With the advantage here, they may try to melt the clock a little bit. Broken tackle across the 38-yard line. That's Makia again moving the sticks for Keller. To the 38-yard line it goes. 3 receivers. Makia, handoff up the middle, across the 40. Why not continue to go up the middle if you're getting chunk yardage out of it every time?
Zach, just an observation. The Volunteers have a junior defensive back warming up like a quarterback on the sideline.
Two receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Zone read, handoff, first down yardage as they get close to midfield. Forward progress will mark them at the 49, and that's enough to move the sticks. 9 minutes to go in regulation. Hydration may be an issue, Pops, as Jaden Bibbs getting stretched out on the Bowie sidelines will keep you apprised of his progress.
Burdow's getting the same treatment.
Handoff again. This time only a yard from the 49 to midfield. Couple of Bowie stars being tended to by the training staff, the unsung heroes of any athletics program, making sure that they stay healthy and hydrated. 2nd down and 9 for the Indians. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Burkett will keep it himself, running to the far sidelines. Won't get first down yardage, but will get to about the 44-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and much more manageable now.
Purdell's getting a lot of work on his right hammy. Deep tissue massage being applied by the training staff here for Bowie.
Bowie jumped, but was able to jump back. 15 on the play clock. Under 8 to go. 3 receivers for Burkett. A very delayed handoff and very close to first down yardage.
The second push.
The extra effort, the tush push, will push the chains forward.
It looked like they had him stopped. One more push gave him the first down.
Pops, I can't tell if it's halftime yet or if we just hit another lightning delay, but the Marcus players in Flower Mound are leaving the field. We'll try to keep you apprised as best we can as this exciting game continues to unfold. 3 receivers, first down at the 40. Burkett, with the delay, keeps it himself and runs straight ahead for 6 yards. The Bowie defense converged on the running back, and Burkett pulled it out of the breadbasket and then lunged forward to pick up 6.
Jaden Dumaine in on the stop for the Volunteers, the senior defensive back. Be second down and about 4 here for the Indians.
Coming up on 6 minutes and 40 seconds now. Burkett, the handoff. Ball came out. Who fell on it?
Bowie!
They're gonna give it to the Volunteers, and they force the turnover. That'll switch the momentum, and who else was in there? None other than Paugofi.
What a blessing at this time of the juncture of the game, because Keller was really grinding that drive out.
They were
killing a lot of time.
running time off of the clock. Precious time that Bowie does not have. 6.5 minutes to go. They get it at the 28.
Now, three of their key offensive players were getting a lot of treatment on the sideline. We can only hope that they're ready to go here on this series.
3 receivers. And this is not Bibbs. That's a completion by number 15, Mason Nichols, the junior backup quarterback, coming in as Bibbs continuing to be tended to by the training staff. So it's Nichols and Ponder making up the backfield. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ponder with it, straight ahead. He'll get maybe a yard. It'll bring up 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, Bibbs really favoring that right leg, right ankle. Having difficulty putting his full body weight on it. But a good pickup there. Pitch and catch from Nichols to his receiver. 3rd and short here for the Volunteer offense. Ponder in the backfield with Mason Nichols. 2 to the right, nobody to the left.
Yeah, that's a lot of open field on that right-hand side there as the new play call comes in.
It's probably the direction the play is going, truth be known. And we're going to take a timeout here.
We'll talk about it, and while they're talking about it, we'll talk about a couple of our friends. 5:14 to go in the game. This is High School Football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing.
Navigating Medicare options isn't easy. Hi, I'm Patsy Arnold, and when the time came to navigate my options, I went to Chapman Cornelius. They helped me find the best plan for my needs, quoted me life insurance options, and guided me in making my decisions every step of the way. They want to do the same for you, so give them a call at 817-265-3346 or visit chapman-cornelius.com.
3rd down and short here at Choctaw Stadium. Pops, what are you looking for to keep this drive and the game alive?
Well, you've got your backup quarterback in there. We haven't been able to see much action from him so far. He's had some high percentage plays called by Coach Sam and the offensive staff here. We just need a short yardage play. I'm hoping for a run. Again, let's try between that left guard and left tackle, see if they can open up a hole for him to get a yard. Nope, the same set. 2 receivers right.
Now a man in motion.
Sunday Brown goes in motion across the backfield, and now there's one left, one right.
Ponder's got it. Running straight ahead.
I think he got it.
I think he's got it.
Yeah. Referee standing right on the line to gain and throws the arm up for a first down.
So the sticks move just a little bit. Keeps the drive and the game alive for the Volunteers.
Just under 5 minutes here for the Volunteer offense. Nearing midfield.
Diamond to the left.
Nichols throwing.
Going to have to pass. You got to get it across midfield, and they do.
That's Berto for another tough 10 yards. Good to see Berto back in the ball game. He was getting some of that attention on the sideline. Ponder up the middle, gets stopped early on that one, picks up 1 yard. Second down and 9 here. Just across midfield for the Volunteers into Keller territory. Nichols, another handoff to Ponder to the left side. Pushing. Getting to about the 46-yard line of the Indians on that play. It'll be third down and what most would call long here. 3rd and 6 for the Volunteer offense. At this point in the ball game, with the score the way it is, in the 4th quarter, I would anticipate a 2-play run here to pick up these next 6 yards. Nichols and Ponder in the backfield. 2 receivers right, 1 left. One goes in motion. Nichols back to pass. He's scrambling to his right, throws it downfield, and a little bit overshoots the Sunday Brown on that play. Will they leave the offense out there, or they bring in Pagofi?
With 3.5 minutes left, this is 2-down territory. You are running out of time.
Ponder, Nichols, Tennyson, all in the backfield.
Bowie
getting the call.
Bowie has utilized a timeout, so they can't really stop the clock much more. 7 on this play clock. They got to get this off. Here it goes. Pass play, rolling. Up top, over the top, and it's caught!
Mad Max.
Mad Max to the 11 and keeps Bowie in business.
Long rainbow pass there from backup quarterback Nichols is spot on. And the Volunteers are in business here, 1st and 10. Goal to go.
What a great play. All the way down to the 10 is what they're giving him. And this one is to the end zone. No, to the 1, they say.
I'd like to know where the ball was when he crossed the line. But
They're
the referee
saying he's
spotted him.
just short.
Ball is on the 6-inch yard line down there.
Just about. Pagofi has come in as a power fullback. Ponder, the running back. Handoff to Ponder, looking left, pushing forward. He won't get there. He is stuffed at the line. Two minutes and 25 seconds to go. They can get one more playoff before the 2-minute warning.
Scoreboard says Bowie has 2 timeouts to work with. If they're able to score here and hold Keller, they may be in business to get another shot at offensive series here. But we got to punch it in.
3, 2, play, rolling, right, throw out of play, and that will bring up 4th down. And that should be the 2-minute timeout. We'll take a timeout with them as we have an exciting finish here at Choctaw Stadium. Don't go anywhere. High school football on Zap, presented by John Wade Roofing, will be right back.
If you're like me and need printed materials to get your brand out there to the community, then you need ICA Signs. Conveniently located in central Arlington, ICA features a wide selection of shirts, hats, banners, yard signs, acrylics, magnets for your car, magnets for your fridge, tumblers, A-frames, and more. Call ICA at 817-617-2229 for more information and tell them Zap sent you.
Back to Choctaw Stadium, and during the break we were talking about what our options are here, Pops. With the 2-minute warning now elapsed, Bowie can only stop the clock 2 more times, and that's not enough if you're trying to go for a field goal. Even though it is very makeable at this distance, you got to go for the touchdown and the potential tie here.
Yeah, the potential tie on another series should they be able to stop the Indians after they get the ball back. Do you even consider an onside kick?
No.
With the low percentage options that are there, and everybody in the world expecting it.
You only onside if you get the touchdown and miss the 2.
Yeah.
If you get the touchdown and miss the 2, then you're onsiding it. If you tie it, you're trying to make Keller go the length of the field.
Let's get it in first.
This is the ball game right here. 4th down and goal from the 2-yard line. And this is backup quarterback Mason Nichols, who connected with his brother Max to keep the drive alive for the ball game. Nichols rolls to his right, still rolling, throwing, caught, touchdown! Tennyson with the tutty, and we're 2 points away from a tie.
What a ball game.
And what tenacity from Mason Nichols to come in the tightest of situations and find a way to potentially tie this football game.
And he's rolling to his right while he's throwing. And we got a timeout here by Bowie before we run that 2.
Keller wants to talk about it. We'll say hello to one of our sponsors and be back with the tie play after this.
From weekend cleanups to major projects, Trinity Logistics Services has the perfect fit for you. With dumpsters ranging from 10 all the way up to 30 feet, they handle both drop-off and pickup so you can stay focused on cleaning up the win. Call 817-693-1302 today and let Trinity Logistics Services help you score big on convenience and efficiency.
That classic Chevy drive summary, 11 plays for 72 yards, and the touchdown on a 2-yard pass from Mason Nichols to Deontay Tennyson. Fans, the next time you're ready to drive something new, contact Yadi Pagan at 817-706-5679. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Right now, the difference is just 2 points as Bowie is looking to tie this thing up with just 1 minute and 53 seconds to go in the ballgame.
Yeah, this entire drive, a gutty performance by backup quarterback Mason Nichols, coming in a pressure situation and putting on a good performance here.
Nichols back out. 2-point conversion attempt. Ponder to his left. 2 receivers on each side. Rolling left.
Open.
Got his man, but he gets stuffed at the 1. Ponder out of the backfield, tackled by number 12, Jacob Just. And now it's Bowie's turn for an onside attempt with just under 2 minutes to go.
You know, that was a great play call by Bowie, but it was an even better defensive play by Just. You got to give some credit there. It was a solid tackle.
Your new score, 38-36. And the only way Bowie can try to keep this game going, they do technically have 2 timeouts, but 1 first down ends the game.
Right.
So you have to go for the onside attempt here. Keller knows it, so they're going to be sending out their hands team for this. It's going to be specialist on specialist who makes the right play at the right time.
Yeah, will it be Leo Espinola, the senior kicker for Bowie, or the hands team for Keller? When Keller did the onside kick, Bowie wasn't ready for it. They weren't expecting it. I would feel it's much more difficult in this setting, knowing what's coming.
Only one man very, very deep for Keller. A $1:53 to go. One of the most exciting plays in football. And Keller wants to talk about it. That leaves them with one timeout remaining. And we'll take a quick break and be back with high school football on Zap right after this.
Modern West Windows and Doors invites you to see the difference. Whether you need sliding doors, bay windows, or just need a more modern look, Modern West has options to fit both your style and budget. Stop by the showroom at 1211 6th Avenue in Fort Worth to see for yourself, or call 682-255-6094 for more information.
Pops, we were talking about this during the commercial. Bowie has a lot of speedsters, and they're bound to be on the hands team as well. Keller looked like they only had one person deep enough to go after a potential pooch kick.
There's still a big hole right there.
Well, and when Espindola lined up really far away from the ball, it looked like they might try to go over the head of everybody and try to outrun the Keller specialists. We'll see how they line up for this attempt here.
Still a big space of 20 yards of no man land.
That's a big drop from Espindola. Is this how he does onside attempts? The approach. The kick. And Keller falls on it at the 46-yard line.
Number 22, Matthew Reagan, gobbled it up and fell on it.
So now Bowie has to force a 3-and-out, utilizing their timeouts as best as possible, and hope that there's still a little bit of time left on the clock after Keller runs a third down play that they cannot stop the clock on.
Yeah, it's good. Keller will be using every bit of the play clock in between.
Well, and everybody knows that they're going to be running a run play.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody in the stadium knows that Burkett is either going to be giving it to Erickson or Shropshire here. This is going to be number 0, Erickson, in the backfield with Burkett. Ball is going to be moved to the 47-yard line.
Is Bowie offsides on the kick?
It's possible.
Never saw the flag come out.
First down for the Indians. Burkett to Erickson. Up the middle, to the left, taking a tackler with him to the 40-yard line. And there is Bowie's second timeout. They now have one timeout remaining with a minute and 45 to go here in the fourth. We'll take one more break and be back with more high school football right after this.
Buying a vehicle can be overwhelming. That's why Yadi Pagan at Classic Chevrolet has created a guide to car buying to help ensure you make the right choice. Classic South has a great selection of pre-owned vehicles, and Yadi will put all his energy to make sure you get the best deal possible. Call 817-706-5679. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
1:45 to go. Second down and about 4. These 4 yards will be the difference maker in the ball game. A first down effectively ends it.
Zach, Erickson came out that last play limping, so Shropshire is back at the running back position.
Shropshire's got it. And he's got the first down. And more. Inside the 30 and finally pushed out of bounds by Paugofi. But Bowie does not have any more stoppages of play. And that
may do it.
Will do it. Fans, a reminder to stay tuned for the post-game show presented by our friends at John Wade Roofing. We'll try to pull up some stats from this ball game, give you an update on what's going on up in Flower Mound, as well as some other scores from around the district, and some thoughts and analysis on this ball game. Burkett will hand it to Shropshire, and he'll take it inside the 20-yard line, and Coach Sam will call his final timeout with a minute 34 to go. Little bit of gamesmanship here, Pops, as they try to find a way to extend the precious seconds that remain in this ball game.
Yeah, they're going to have to. At this point, it's going to be a miracle. Somebody's going to have to drop the ball, poor handoff. But we've seen stranger things happen even tonight.
They were running the ball in the fourth quarter and fumbled it.
Yes. On a play like the one that they just called. Well, no.
Oh, no.
Bowie's just walking off the field. What?
I think we may be getting lightning with the final minute 34 to go.
Oh, my goodness. Keller's still standing over there.
Yeah, nobody's told them yet, but Bowie is headed to their locker room. The entire football team is
now Keller's heading off the
leaving
field.
the field, and Keller is heading to the visitors section. There hasn't been a drop of rain in the entire stadium, but apparently there is lightning within 10 miles. So that means we get to take a 30-minute break until the lightning clears the area. Every time that the lightning hits within 10 miles of the stadium, the 30-minute counter will reset.
There's a nice little storm, a big storm, right over Fort Worth and Mansfield, moving this direction. The Arlington game up in Flower Mound is in recess right now for the same reason.
It is indeed. We got so close.
Yes.
We got all the way to a minute and 34 seconds. One of the tightest, most exciting games we have called in recent memory.
Yeah. Been a whole lot of fun to watch. It's not coming out on the right end for the boys in blue and in orange, but it's been a fun ball game.
Fun to watch, fun to call, a lot of momentum swings. And now we get to deal with Texas weather for a little while.
We mentioned it at the beginning of the broadcast when we were giving the weather update, or the weather predictor sponsored by CNLC, that this was a potential, and it's been affecting the Arlington Flower Mound Marcus game all evening.
It has.
As they didn't even get started till about 8:45, and now they're in another delay in Flower Mound, and this is our first delay here. We are beginning to feel the wind pick up just a little bit here, little downdrafts off this storm that's coming across Arlington right now. We're likely to get a little rain out of this, but it seems to be moving pretty fast, Zach, when you watch the radar.
Hopefully it moves far enough away that we can be able to conclude this game in a half hour's time.
Yeah, the weather bug, because the closest strike in the last 30 minutes is 0 miles away.
That's pretty close.
So the band is leaving the field. The Bowie band is going to go for cover. The Keller band, which is really big.
They had a very impressive showing earlier. Their halftime show was a spectacle.
We're in a really nice spot here at Choctaw. They allow us to broadcast from the same booth that the professional broadcasters use when they're running the Renegades games.
When the UFL is in town and Fox or ESPN has a game going on, they use the exact same area that we are currently in. Our thanks to the Rangers and REV Entertainment for setting us up with such a great view. It's the view that we've had all the time that we've been covering Arlington High, and now as Bowie broadcasters, like you mentioned earlier in the show, Wildman Stadium undergoing some renovations. And
Cravens Field and undergoing some.
Cravens Field also, and so teams are shifting around a little bit from venue to venue, and we're very fortunate that Choctaw is an option and has been for the last couple of years. Arlington High, another team that we cover, will be calling UTA home for the most part this season. They'll have one home game here at Choctaw against Sam Houston, but for the most part, kind of going back to our roots a little bit with games at Maverick Stadium, and then some new routes being established as Glaspie over on the Martin campus is set to open sometime next month.
We're hoping. I drove by there about a week ago, and it's still just a shell of a stadium right now. I'm not sure they're going to have it ready for the last games of the season, but we'll see. Maybe they'll get a hot foot under them and get it going.
Arlington's scheduled to play Martin there the last week of the year, and we'll be there covering that game here on the Zap Network. Over 20 games are expected to be covered here, probably in the ballpark of 22 regular season games if we can get all of the staffing the way that we hope to. It's going to be a banner year for us here at Zach Arnold Productions. Continue to grow, continue to expand, continue to reach new heights and try new things. And, you know, the weather is just a part of it sometimes.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're even taking all of the equipment off the sideline for the trainers. I would have thought if they expected us to come back and play, they would leave the equipment on the field, but they're carting it all off.
The scoreboard is still showing a minute 34. So for the time being, I'm going to run on the assumption that this game is going to try to resume.
Referees are trotting back out on the ball field here. I'm not sure what they have to communicate to the Bowie staff. They're going into the Bowie locker room after coming out of the Keller locker room. You know, you were mentioning the Renegades a while ago. I haven't had time to really follow up on this, but you're the consummate expert on such things. We were talking about the Renegades. Have you seen Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in the news this week? The Rock being one of the owners of the UFL.
In what context?
He's lost a ton of weight and even muscle mass. I mean, he is
good for him.
Super, super thin. And there's just some speculation running around the interwebs about what has he done and why.
Well, he is trying to be in more motion pictures, and maybe that requires a different type of fitness than the wrestling scene.
Yeah, maybe he's getting ready for a different kind of role.
He has starred in D.C. with the Black Adam picture that broke even, more or less. But it was one of the last movies to come out right before James Gunn's DC Universe reboot. And so there's not a whole lot of his film that's canon anymore.
Yeah.
But it was a passion project that he had a lot of fun on. And so it would be interesting to see whatever his next passion project may be. He's, you know, a superstar wrestler first and foremost. He's a co-owner of this league that plays here at Choctaw. They're headquartered here in Arlington as well. And he owns a tequila brand as well. We're not really supposed to talk about alcohol here on high school broadcasts, but that's one of his ventures that he takes part of. So he's a jack of all trades, much like us here being a Zach of all trades with marketing and promotions and broadcasting, podcasting, press release writing. I have a suspicion that we may have to write a press release about this ball game depending on what our friend Yadi Pagan hears. The one disadvantage, sorry to cut you off,
No,
the one disadvantage of where we broadcast from is that it's not really connected to anything or anyone else.
Right.
We're kind of all by ourselves here in this area. And so all we can do is watch as things unfold before our eyes without any real certainty about what's going to happen next.
Yeah, all the cheerleaders have cleared the field and all their stuff, too. The wind has picked up, which we anticipated when that front came through.
Some of the ice here on the Bowie sidelines has been dumped. I do know there's an ice machine in the old Texas Rangers dugout. I have seen that before when I came here to work some UFL games. Didn't have the opportunity to this past spring because we were doing Arlington baseball and Bowie baseball, but I have had the opportunity to do some communications work on game day for the Renegades, helping them with their post-game pressers, with some of their press box maintenance, helping them with writing recaps, keeping up with the stats. It's a very fun game day experience here at Choctaw, and I know that they're doing everything they can to enhance the fan experience. Did you hear that one of the teams is moving to Columbus, Ohio?
No, had not heard that.
One of the UFL clubs that has lower attendance, most likely Memphis, is going to be relocated to a smaller market that doesn't have a professional team. They think that part of the issue with fan turnout is that they're playing with these teams in larger markets, a lot of them. And there's so much in the realm of entertainment at your disposal that people just aren't thinking of establishing their loyalty. Because think about it, Arlington has the Rangers, it has the Cowboys, the Dallas Wings play at UTA's College Park Center. The Mavericks are not too far away, the Stars are not too far away, TCU is not too far away. There's a lot that can ask for your attention in a market like this, and there just hasn't been as large of an attendance as what the UFL has hoped for in this area. I do know that Arlington as a franchise is safe because they're headquartered here, but there's a lot that's up in the air about teams like Memphis and Birmingham as they try to figure out what their next steps are.
Zach, while we're in this lightning delay, you want to take a little run around the district and see what's going on in other parts of the area tonight.
Sure.
Grand Prairie is taking a thumping. Keller Central, one of the other teams from the Keller ISD, late in the fourth quarter at the Gopher Warrior Bowl. It's Keller Central 55, Grand Prairie 20. They're not listed as being in a delay yet, but they're certainly headed towards a defeat there at the Gopher Warrior Bowl. Martin is the home team over at UTA versus Denton Geyer tonight in the fourth quarter there. They're most likely in a delay as well as we are, but it's Geyer 41, Martin 14 in the fourth quarter.
Oh, goodness. I think I was expecting that one to be a little bit closer.
Over at Keller Timber Creek, who's home tonight against South Grand Prairie, that game is tied 42-42.
Wow, and we thought this one was high scoring.
Yeah. And my school where I work, Sam Houston, taking one on the noggin tonight at Burleson Centennial down in Burleson, 37-0 Centennial tonight. After Sam opened with that nice win against Irving Nimitz last week, they fall tonight to Burleson Centennial. And the school I taught at for 12 years, Mansfield Summit, always a huge rivalry between Mansfield Summit and Mansfield High. And they're in a delay, but Mansfield Summit is up 27-14 over the Tigers of Mansfield High. Last night's action, Lamar fell to Saxe 21-24, and Seguin won last night 41-34 over Red Oak. So as we tap dance through this lightning delay, that's the scores from around the district.
That's our Eka Signs scoreboard report in case we forget to do it later. We have all of these different elements that are presented to us by our different managing partners in order to help make this production free of charge for you, the viewers. There are plenty of services out there, but we appreciate you tuning in to the one that we offer. It's like a little ghost town.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a few people milling around. There's music playing, but there's not a lot to report on until the Lightning decides to leave the area.
The only other people in the stadium are the guys that drive the ambulance.
I will say our neighbors next door don't have to worry about lightning delays because they play indoors.
Right.
And they are in extra innings over at Globe Life Field. Top of the 10th, Houston 3, Texas 3. Rangers trying to make a desperate push to the postseason, but getting beleaguered by injuries and players that are unavailable, pitchers that had to be shut down for the season. Nathan Eovaldi not able to help with this postseason push. And I actually had the fortunate opportunity to see him play in his last game before they noticed his injury. Very, very strong performance, threw over 100 pitches. The guy is a workhorse, and he may have just been worked a little too hard, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Rangers hot in a race. Last I saw, maybe earlier today or tomorrow, they were a game and a half back in the wild card race.
Trying to take a look now.
Needing to take care of their own business, but depending on some other teams to fall to help their effort.
One game back. One game back is what ESPN says. Kansas City also a game back. Seattle right now claiming that final spot. Boston and the Yankees, the two top teams with a 5-game edge that would put them in the postseason. So as long as they don't have an epic collapse, they're likely to be moving on.
Have you seen the proposal by Major League Baseball to realign the divisions next year? And the proposal I saw would actually put the Rangers in a Central National League division.
So I've seen that. I think the realignment is really only if they add expansion teams. They're looking at possibly having a team in Tennessee, and they're possibly adding a team out west, either somewhere else.
Up in the Oregon area,
somewhere else in California or in Portland. Yes.
Portland's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah. So if they add 2 more teams, then they would create stuff more based on regional alignment that is more accurate to those teams in the region.
Yeah, it was all a centralized region that was including the Rangers and
probably Kansas
Royals
City
and up into Minnesota and Chicago. But the key there to me is the Rangers, since they've been here in the early 70s, 1972, I believe, have always been an American League team.
Right.
And there are differences in how the game is played between the American and National League.
Not as much anymore now that the National League has the option for designated hitters.
Yeah.
But it would just be very odd to see them not playing the Angels, to not see them play the Mariners quite as often.
Yeah, the Angels and the A's and the Mariners would all be in a Western conference.
Yep.
And that would be very different.
Stand by, folks.
The golden voice of Yachty Pagan has just walked into the booth here, folks.
He has entered the chat.
What do you got for us?
So I just talked to one of our assistant coaches. Thanks, Pops. Hi, everybody. I just talked to one of our assistant coaches. The plan is to wait this out. Once I get an update from Coach Sam or from Rev, then I will announce that on the PA. But I'll probably text you first. That way you are making everybody at home aware if we're still going to play or not. But right now, if there hasn't been any lightning strikes, we're looking at a 10:45 return to the field. Gotta love Texas weather.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The golden voice of Yachty Pagan, live in the booth here with us. It's 10:12 right now, so we're looking at another half hour of tap dancing here before we're able to get back to live action here. Probably have to go through the catacombs of the stadium here to find all the people that left. The wind is still swirling here. I just saw another lightning flash.
We might be here a little while. Tell you what, folks, while we try to gather more information and hear what's going on with our friends up in Flower Mound, we're going to let you listen to Coach Sam one more time, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes and hopefully have better details for you at that time. A revisit of our halftime show for the next little while, and we'll be back with an update in about 10 minutes' time.
2025 football season is upon us, and I'm here with Bowie head coach Joseph Sam. Do you go by Joe Sam or Joseph Sam? Does it depend on if you're friends with them or not?
Yeah, most people only call me by my first name. Either they don't know me or I'm in trouble. So
okay, I'm that way too. I go by Zach, but if I'm in trouble, my mom calls me Zachary. Yeah. So I get it. Coach, let's talk about the offensive side of the ball specifically for a moment. You were very run-heavy with Darian Peanut Bowers last year. Can we expect a little bit more of the same in the running game, or does it have to shift with his departure?
No, I think we have very capable running backs. We have Denzel Ponder, who played. Obviously, it's kind of hard to get a lot of playing time when
you got someone like that.
But he definitely is highly, highly serviceable. We also have Javon Floyd, and then we have new arrivals in a kid by the name of Jalen Harper that has moved into our attendance zone and transferred over. So running back room is filled with plenty of talent. But I think our approach we may have to tweak some things, but our approach will stay the same. Where the good thing about why Bowers was able to do what he's able to do is because our O-line was very good.
Right.
And our O-line is a lot better than what I thought they would be coming out of fall camp. You know, they've been kind of giving us some fits and some new schemes that they've been doing. But at the same time, you know, we have 3 receivers that can take the top off of a defense at any given time. So, you know, our offense, it may seem run heavy, but we run a lot of RPOs, which means the quarterback has the choice to either hand it off or throw it.
Yep.
And, you know, if defenses want to load the box on us, you know, you got 3 playmakers out there that with Maxwell Nichols, Kedrick Sunday Brown, and A.J. Berto that can hurt you as well. So, you know, I know everybody thinks we're just a run-heavy offense, but on top of being run-heavy, you know, we got guys out there that can make plays as well.
Well, and that's part of what I was about to get to is you mentioned that the O-line was completely new, and, you know, regardless of whether you're trying to throw or run, you got to have good protection, either creating holes or creating time in the pocket for your quarterback.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about your O-line and the new O-line coach? How is their chemistry? And you said a good fall camp. How ready do you feel like they are for this season?
I think they'll end up being ready. You know, if they're going to take lumps, it's going to be early. It's kind of like how we were on defense. I kind of talked about us on defense last year. Like if we were going to take lumps, it was going to be early. And, you know, once they click, though, we're going to be special. And that's kind of what happened us defensively because we were breaking in 8 new starters.
Right.
And so, you know, this year, that's the thing with the O-line. If they're going to make mistakes, it's going to be early. And once they get their rhythm, get their flow, we got a chance to be really, really special on offense. And personally, I think they're ahead of schedule.
Okay.
Because, you know, what they've been giving it, like I said, in fall camp, they've been giving us some fits. Not saying that they're where we want them to be, but they're definitely ahead of schedule when it comes to getting out of fall camp, starting the scrimmage Thursday.
Yeah, the scrimmage is coming up, a pretty tough non-district slate coming up. Y'all went through a gauntlet of non-district a year ago. You get to have a similar gauntlet this year. What kind of thing do you hope to learn the most about this scrimmage and non-district competition in order to help you get ready for district play?
Well, the great thing about our non-district is, you know, when you were talking about my win-loss record, I don't search to find teams we can beat.
Right.
I try to search teams that are similar to our playoff path. So, you know, obviously our playoff, unfortunately with injuries, our season ended early in that second-round playoff game.
Right.
But the team was ready for the playoff run because of the teams we played, like Richardson, who was a playoff team.
Right.
You know, Flower Mound, which if they win Week 10, they're in the playoffs. Keller, same thing. They were a game out of making the playoffs in a very tough district. And then you have Coppell, who, you know, if a fumble doesn't happen in the end zone, they're probably playing for a state championship.
Right.
So,
that was wild.
You know, it's no rest for the weary, but I embrace the challenge because in order for you to get ready for the run in the playoffs, you have to play, in my opinion, you have to play playoff caliber teams.
Right.
And so I think that's one shift that I've made since I've been here, ever since my first year, is we're going to go seek playoff caliber teams so that our kids can be ready for the playoffs when the time hits.
Absolutely. You all had one of the highest, if not the highest scoring offenses in the entire district last year. There's a lot of firepower in this district. How high do you feel like the offensive output needs to be this fall in order to stay competitive with some of the other high-scoring teams in the district?
I just score one more point than they do.
It's the old Lee Corso bit. The team that scores the most points will win the game.
No, I think it starts with being sound defensively. Being sound defensively, creating turnovers, being calculated but dynamic in how you do things defensively. And then offensively, you know, yeah, the numbers say one thing, but we keep it simple for the kids. Take care of the football, execute on third down, execute in the red zone. You got a good chance to score a lot of points. And so, you know, every big goal that everybody puts out there, we try to break it into the smaller goals that make the big goal happen.
Sure.
And so those 3 things are the 3 things we emphasize on offense. Take care of the football, be great on third down, and in the red zone, let's score touchdowns, not field goals.
Yep. A lot of that efficiency, that taking care of the football, starts with the field general.
Yes, sir.
Let's finish up talking about the offense by talking about the quarterback position. Trey Nichols isn't here anymore. Who's the next man up?
So it'll be Jaden Bibbs. And the crazy thing is you have Trey Nichols, who, you know, at Ouachita right now has a chance to start as a freshman, you know, offensive MVP. And he was so talented. So I'm not going to knock anything about Trey because he was super, super talented.
Sure.
But Bibbs was so talented that I made our offense actually play him one series a game. A lot of people don't know that. And so he was able to obtain a lot of varsity live game reps.
Got a lot of reps.
Just by doing that, you know, because number one, it's kind of hard to punish a kid for not let him play at all because he's talented enough to play.
Right.
It's just the kid in front of him is just that guy.
Right.
So you try to find ways to expose him without, you know, taking away from the guy. So
Sure.
Our one thing was let's make sure he at least gets one series a game. And then the great thing is that, you know, fortunately enough, we were ahead enough in games to where Bibbs would either play a whole half or a whole quarter. And then in the second round playoff game, you know, he started out a little rough at the beginning, but he ends up with 250 passing yards and 3 touchdowns. So we knew then it's not a quarterback competition. We got our guy.
You had the next guy.
Yeah. So, and he's better now. Heck, he's made some throws in some windows in fall camp, and I'm just like, I kind of just look at Coach Carter, and I'm just kind of like, that was pretty daggum good.
That was pretty good. But you don't ego boost. You don't stroke that ego and say that too much until it matters most out there on the field.
Absolutely.
But that's really exciting to hear. We enjoyed getting to cover him during that playoff game. I had a feeling that was where we were headed, but it must be a nice feeling to know that even with a player like Trey, you've got a player like Jaden who's ready to come in a moment's notice, and now he's ready to take over the program.
Yeah, and like I said, he's taken over all facets of the program. He's been a great leader. He's one of the hardest workers in the program. And I think that's one of the things culture-wise that's been great for us is that our best players are our hardest workers and best kids. And so that's kind of triculated throughout the program.
That's awesome. One last question. What kind of a message would you want to send to the Bowie faithful that are tuning into this?
You know, just – you know, y'all have been with us when we were 2-8. Y'all have been with us when we have been district champs. And, you know, one of the things is, although the record has changed throughout the years, the process has stayed the same. Where, you know, we want to be a fast, physical, and fun football team. You know, the two things I'm going to live by until I'm done coaching is we're going to play the game the right way with our EAT mantra, which 100% effort, positive attitudes, and being mentally tough. And then obviously playing together as a family, which, you know, that stands for forget about me, I love you. You know, play for the man next to you because you play better when you play for the man next to you rather than yourself. And then have fun with each other, you know. Like I said, when you come to a game, and I know you've seen it, there's going to be high fives, chest bumping, you know, celebrations. We got championship belts and all those different things to kind of keep the kids going. So, you know, those things aren't going to change because through the process of working hard, you want the kids to have fun with the rewards of working hard.
Absolutely.
What's it doing?
Fans, welcome to a very wet Choctaw Stadium. There's been a lot of thunder, there's been a lot of lightning, and currently Pops is trying to keep our equipment safe and dry. Say hello, Pops.
Hey, we're having fun.
We're having a great time here at Choctaw Stadium. Friday Night Lights with just over a minute and a half to go. The timer continues to reset because lightning continues to strike in the area. I've been told that the game has to be played by midnight. So we are up against the clock before a decision finally has to be made. Unfortunately, it is not ours to make, and we have to stay as patient as possible. But aside from our vantage point, which we're bringing you some of the best position we can inside this broadcast area, aside from what we are seeing, we have not much to show you. I've been told by the voice of the Vols, Yadi Pagan, that the bands are packing up to leave. And right now the fans are doing a conga line on the concourse. We thank you all for your patience. There's not much to show, there's not much to say, there's not much to do until we officially know what the outcome of tonight is going to be. We are unfortunately about as lost as you are. As soon as we have answers that we can provide, we will, of course. We appreciate your patience. If you're still watching with us, I see a few people that are still tuning in. So we appreciate your patience. We appreciate you being a part of the experience here. I hesitate to end the stream and try to start a new one because there's only a minute and a half left in this ball game. I know Coach Sam wants to try to find a way to help the team go 1-0 each week. That's the mantra, that's the goal. However, it seems less and less likely the more the lightning continues to strike and the more we continue to hit the reset button.
I was thinking of something else. I mean, when you get to a certain point, Josh, in the big wall, veggie tail.
The rain is not quite as much of a deluge as it was even 10 minutes ago, at least over the entirety of the stadium. However, the field conditions have definitely been altered. And as we mentioned earlier, you can see the training staff has put out the ice.
Oh, the rain just stopped.
And now the rain continues to let up bit by bit. But if Bowie somehow pulls off the miracle, they will have to do it without their marching band, who has decided to call it a night. The Zap crew is still with you, though, as long as you are still with us. Chris Villacorta says it's completely dry over at the Bowie High campus. So even a little ways down 360 from where we're currently at,
We were at Wildman.
there's nothing going on. So all we can do is continue to hope that the lightning moves out of our area soon. You can see on the video ribbon here, the timer shows about 27 minutes before we can officially resume. But there's just not much to do until that point. We'll continue to stay in a holding pattern here on the Zap Network for the time being. Pops, if you wouldn't mind loading up the loop video for us. We'll just play the loop on loop until we have something more to give you. Thank you for your patience. We'll be back as soon as we can. High snap, play action, Nichols underneath, caught, gets away from one tackler, gets away from two tacklers, down the sidelines, one man to beat, stutter step, getting away to the end zone, number 8, Dylan Talley, touchdown, Bowie.
Get Robertson in motion, Craven's back to pass, goes across the middle, Ghostin holds it in, he's going to go to the touchdown, to the house, Cravens to Ghostin, Colt, touchdown.
As a tight end, pulls a guard, Barrett finds the hole, follows the pulling guard, cuts outside, bounces outside to the 20, 10, 15, 5, touchdown Bowers, touchdown Bowie.
And folks, we have history at Haltom. Danny Bustamante has just pitched a no-hit, no-run, no-walk shutout. A perfect game for Danny Bustamante.
Rios looks at Alvarado and turns home. It's going to that left field gap. That's a base hit. Here comes Axel Alvarado. The Colts are going to take the lead in the top of the 7th on the base hit by Gannon Howard. Burkle out of position. They've got to pass, and they've got to go. Patomeco with the pass. Mirario has a bit of a look, shot on goal, and he gets it in! Two tight end set here as we go to the left-hand side with B.J. Rogers. Rogers is into the second level. B.J. Rogers to midfield. One man trying to catch up to him, but he will not. Number 6 in for 6. That will do it.
This broadcast is under intellectual property and may not be repurposed or reproduced without express written consent. Enjoy this presentation from Arnold Productions. Energetic Media Solutions.
Well, we've been playing that video on loop for a while, and I got bored. So when I get bored, there's usually one person that I call because he's one of the most boring people I know. The PA voice of the Volunteers, Yadi Pagan, who is a bit more of an insider than the rest of us are just because he's got the connections to the people that you need to know. Yadi, we are looking at the scoreboard here on camera 1, taking a look at the 30-minute clock counter that just reset. Pops is about to cross the field of vision to help with some of the takedown. But what has transpired during this delay that you can provide insights on to the fans at home?
Well, from my knowledge, I know that there is not a set deadline, but midnight keeps on getting thrown around a lot just because this isn't our facility, but at the same time, it is a facility that we are using for the next year, potentially two, while the renovations at Wildman and Cravens get underway. What I do know is that we are in a holding pattern. Both coaches, from my knowledge, they still want to play. And, the fans that have left, they have left because they have to be somewhere in the morning. I know that the drill team just left because they have a competition tomorrow. They have to be back up at Bowie at 7 in the morning. So this really just didn't help the situation with the Bells. But, best of luck to them tomorrow because I know they're going to kill it. The band is currently getting their stuff off of the field as we speak, just because I talked to Mr. Solis, the director of bands at Bowie. He's in his 16th year there, by the way.
That's incredible.
Yeah, no, he's definitely been a trooper. He just doesn't want the kids to end up getting sick, because for them to be out there for that long with that amount of rain, getting caked into your socks and into your gauntlets, you're gonna end up getting sick. So he's leaving just out of precaution. And just because he doesn't want to overextend the kids on the first home game. We still have 8-9 guaranteed weeks of this left before playoffs. So he wants to make sure that we have every individual band member primed and ready. And outside of that, I mean, it's just, we're waiting to see what's going to happen. The clock keeps on resetting. The weather is not our friend tonight. I just had to send my spotters home. But they're going to get the full service hours because they stuck it through, and I couldn't be prouder of them. Other than that, it's just me, you, Pops, and the entire Zap crew here in Arlington at Choctaw, providing you with Rain Delay Theater.
I didn't catch your name earlier, sir. Christian. Christian from the NFHS is also here with us, trying to weather things out. We sent our intern Daniel home. He did a stellar job on the camera tonight, bringing us some really, really great action. 38-36, the score when we hit the weather delay. Have you ever encountered a delay in the games that you've called where there was more at stake or more on the line than what Bowie was facing, trying to get a defensive stop and get the ball back with just over a minute and a half to go in the game? Like, those stakes are just ridiculously high, and that's why both coaches want to play this out if they can, because this last minute and a half could be some of the most exciting football we get all year.
Yeah, 1,000%. And it's funny you mentioned that, because we have to go back to my very first game I ever PA'd for football at Bowie, and that was homecoming 2023. We were hosting the Plano Wildcats at Wildman Field, and we had the lead up until about 4 minutes left on the clock. Next thing you know, I see Bow and SB, our incredible athletic training staff. They run on the field, and they start waving their hands in the same motion that they did tonight. And, I knew exactly what that meant because I'd had rain delays with baseball and lightning delays with baseball and softball. So as soon as I saw SB and Bow sprint out, I knew we were going into a rain delay.
It's just it's one of those weird circumstances where up in Flower Mound, the game between Arlington and Marcus got called before they even reached halftime.
Wow.
Arlington was ahead 7-0, and because it's a non-district game and because it wasn't, at a critical juncture like this game is, they decided for the safety of the fans and for the safety of the players that they would just call it. And because Arlington was ahead at that point and they were driving, they were in plus territory from what Jot Holly told me on his drive home, because they had the lead and possession, and I guess enough of the game had elapsed, they just called it, and Arlington gets the win 7-0.
That's incredible. I bet they were humming the Sons of the White and Green on the way back on the bus.
I would imagine so. We were looking at some of the social media's hashtags, and I feel bad as the Bowie broadcaster not knowing this, but please enlighten it for us and for anybody tuning in who doesn't remember. What does the hashtag BBAW represent and stand for at James Bowie High School?
Oh, I'm going to get fired for this.
Are you not allowed to say it on air?
No, it's nothing bad. So there's two meanings. One I'll keep off the air because that's the one that Kenny Perry, the Sherry Street Sheriff, coined. But then there's two alternative school meanings, just, for family-friendly purposes.
Uh-huh.
So there's one that goes, Bowie Boys always win, or bring back a win.
Okay.
Now, if you were a Bowie volunteer whenever Kenny Perry took over after the departure of Anthony Chris, BBAW, the acronym, is something that Coach Perry would repeat religiously in the locker room, on the sideline, on the bus.
Okay.
And, actually, since I'm already kind of hinting at it, it's a bona fide Bowie you-know-what whooping.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds more like it.
Oh, yeah. And I remember a couple of months ago when I was at the Athletics Hall of Honor dinner banquet, I asked Coach Perry what it meant, and he went into about a 5-minute spill into it, and I've never seen somebody as passionate about an acronym as him. I mean, the last time I saw anybody as passionate about explaining an acronym, it was whenever I was a freshman at Lamar, and I asked what VFND meant.
There you go. That's very similar. That's a very, very similar connotation to what BBAW represents in the Bowie community. Arlington just has kick 'em, which is straight and to the point. It's very fun getting to experience different cultures the more you explore various parts of the district, because you've done PA for Bowie for a few years now. You went to Lamar. You have done some things for Arlington previously. You called a playoff baseball game for them a couple of years ago, and Randy Russ couldn't make it. You have done games for Seguin as well. What can you say about the various cultures and atmospheres that the different schools in AISD are able to create, and what is it about Bowie's that stands out to you?
Every culture at every school I've done PA work at, whether it be Bowie or Seguin or MacArthur or Arlington, their culture is based on their past and what they want to do for the future. But in order to have a good culture for the future, you got to focus on the present. And I think whenever I first arrived at Bowie, I'll be honest, I had no intention of doing any other sport. I was just considering baseball. Baseball was going to be the only sport I did. And then I'll say legendary, because he's been at Bowie for 20-plus years. He just ended up retiring back in June. Alan Gratz. He asked me to do Alan Gratz and Kelly Carruthers. They both asked me to do basketball, and then Coach Williams got my number for volleyball. And, it's just when I got to Bowie, I noticed that there were a lot of things that were inconsistent. And one of the missions that I had when I took over as public address announcer was just make it as consistent and as fun for the people that are sitting in the stands as possible. Because if you're not having fun doing it, then what's the point of you being there? And I took that to heart. And, my first year I just did the on-campus sports. My second year, Mr. Solis and Coach Gray had me do the halftime show. And then my third year at Bowie, that's whenever it all kicked off with football. That's when Coach Sam and Eric White and Bruce Chambers pulled the trigger and was like, hey, Yachty, you're going to do Bowie and Seguin. And, next thing you know, this is my third year PAing for football, and this is my 5th year overall at Bowie. It's crazy to think I've been there that long. But,
wow.
The one thing that sticks out to me about the Bowie culture is that, everybody's got their own prejudice or the way they look at a certain school. When I was at Lamar, preconception, that's the word. When I was at Lamar, I always thought Bowie was, up there with Sam in terms of I'm getting the look from Edna in terms of just, crowd control and all that other stuff.
Atmosphere.
When I got to Bowie, I realized it's because, they haven't had consistency in their PA guys. They just, they have a coach that fills in, and they just do it just because, athletic coordinator tells them to.
Public address is one of those positions where it's both personal and impersonal at the same time. 90% of the time, if you're a fan attending a game, you just hear an ominous voice over your head, like a god almost. But then there are other times where you have fan engagement opportunities, and you have things like the dot race that you do at baseball. And all of a sudden you're doing things and saying things that are meant to engage the people in attendance so that they feel like they are as much a part of the game as the players on the field. It must be a delicate balance to be able to make those big announcements like tonight with the weather delays and such, but then also be able to craft phrases and moments that make the fan feel at home as well.
Yeah, whenever I first got here, that was one of the things that, struck everybody immediately. When Doug Dancer hired me on to do the public address for baseball, he's over at Legacy now, but his assistant, Alex Johnson, he's now the head coach.
Yes.
The one thing they told me was, you have a style, do your job, but put your personality into it. And I took that to heart. When I grew up here in Arlington. I might have moved here in 2007, 2008, but I've been in Arlington ever since, and I've loved every second of it. I'm a Lamar grad, and I grew up watching the Rangers. And, I get a lot of people say I have a lot of similarities to a certain Hall of Fame announcer that works across the street.
I've heard you tell me that people text you asking if you're the one announcing the Rangers game, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure that fella's got that job locked down, and he may just die in between innings or something before anybody else sits in that chair.
I can actually quote him saying that he'll probably have he said something similar to that when I asked him if he ever considered retiring. He goes, "No, if you see me clutch my chest, just do compressions till the EMTs get here." Man, we gotta love Chuck Morgan. He is as much as a part of the fabric as the Rangers as Tom Vandegrift was. Because to think about, there are no Rangers without Tom Vandegrift. There's no Rangers Hall of Fame. No, the shortstop, Elvis Andrews. None of the ballpark experiences that happened here before it became a football field without Chuck Morgan. So his approach, I take it to everything. Doesn't matter if it's basketball, volleyball, the halftime show, football, or even baseball. I mean, I love my job, and I love the community I do it for. And, it's a blessing to be in the spot where I'm at right now.
The spot that you're in right now gives you a lot of freedom and flexibility. You're in communication with a lot of people and have your finger on the pulse of AISD to a certain extent. Because of all of the different teams that you cover, as soon as you walk in the door, people know that they're in for a good time. And that's not a euphemism. That's the reality of the fan experience that you bring. Do you ever see yourself, like, I guess people always ask, what's your 5-year plan or something? You've been into this for 5 years now, so I guess it's the 10-year plan. You're halfway through it. What do the next 5 years look like for Yadi Pagan?
Well, I know that, as of now, Bowie is where I'm at. Bowie is where I'll be. Coach Sam, Coach Johnson, Coach Livingston, the new men's head basketball coach, Coach Robinson, Coach Williams, and the entire administration at Bowie have been nothing but the best to me. And the same thing goes with Bruce Chambers, who just recently retired, along with Coach Gratz and Coach Holmes and Eric White. I have never in my life felt as welcome whenever I first took a job as I did when I got here. And, when you run a athletic department that consists of 6 high schools, a little over 14 junior highs, and over a couple of hundred programs, you're going to have to, keep your foot on the pedal to make sure that nothing, goes awry. And, I'll give credit where credit's due. With all the stuff that's gone on in the district over the past 2 or 3 years, Eric White, Bruce Chambers, Kim Peach, and now Ricklin Holmes, it is the perfect fit. Bruce was perfect when he was here. I think Ricklin is going to give us that step up that we need in terms of social media presence.
Yes.
And all that fun stuff. He is as supportive of not only the teams, but the team behind the team as anybody I have ever met. So, as long as things keep on going here, I'll still be here. If that means that, I don't get to announce the Rangers, so be it. I think I found myself a home here at Bowie.
Dude, I'm in a very similar boat. We started with just doing Arlington High School because that's really all that we had the staff for. And you take a look at what we've been able to do here at Zap for the last couple of years. We recently started doing some Bowie home games last year, some Sam Houston home games last year, trying to get our footprint in the community a little bit more. And the feedback has been incredible. And the sponsorship has been amazing. The people that see the vision and are bought in literally and figuratively. It really gives you a sense of community and understanding just how passionate everybody is about their high school. And it doesn't have to just be high school football. We get a really great turnout during high school football for sure. But the turnout that we had for baseball when Bowie, finally broke their playoff drought. We had almost 100 people tuning in to that South Grand Prairie series trying to see if that would be, a clincher. And so it was truly heartwarming to see the response and the turnout that has just made this endeavor so worth it. And, I may be living in Fort Worth for now with the commute being what it is, but I don't really see myself doing anything outside of Arlington either because there's still so much left to do. We haven't done a basketball game yet on the Zap Network, but that's something that's in my sights. That's something I'd like to do. We haven't done any softball yet. That's something that's in my sights that I'd like to do. We do soccer for a minor league soccer club during the summer, and so I've got some soccer experience under my belt now. If there's a big district deciding soccer game out there that somebody in AISD is a part of, that would be something worth doing. And so there's a lot of potential out there, and I'm looking forward to the prospect of tapping into it.
For sure, because whenever you first started, I remember I had worked with you, not directly, but provided my own little stats for, baseball games here and there between Lamar and Arlington. And then when I really started getting into this, I myself, I'll be honest, when I first got to Bowie, I wanted to also do, play-by-play and the PA at the same time. But
there are people who do that.
Yes, there are, and I genuinely don't know how people can, because I invest so much energy into making the experience in the stadium and at the ballpark the absolute, the absolute premier experience in Arlington. It doesn't matter if we're playing a team that is good or that's not so good, or that, we might not have good odds against. It does not matter. I mean, at the end of the day, you've seen it at baseball games. You've seen it at football games. The one thing I am going to be whenever it comes to, my community and my kids is consistent. And I think that's one of the reasons that that Coach Sam and, the entire staff and administration at Bowie has taken to me so well. And, it's actually funny is that me and Pops, we also share a similar responsibility. He for Sam Houston and I for Bowie. So the same year that I became the football public address announcer, this is actually a funny story. The lady that usually did it, she got sick the night before, so Coach Robinson called me the morning of graduation 2024 and asked if I could fill in. And without hesitation, I said yes. Now, granted, that was the same day as a Diablos game, but I knew that game was going to get rained out. And I wasn't going to miss the opportunity to see the kids that I had helped, in a small way, help develop them into the men and women that they are today.
Right.
And to be able to see them one last time as a student of James Bowie High School, I'm never going to miss that.
Yeah.
And, I've once Mr. Jones knew that I was going to be staying long term, he basically didn't even tell me I was doing graduation. He was just assuming that I'd show up.
He just assumed. If you weren't there, he'd be texting you saying, "Where are you?"
If I wasn't there, he'd be sending the entire Arlington SWAT team and asking Mayor Ross to help.
We've had Mayor Ross on the broadcast before. We've had Dr. Smith on our broadcast before. We've had Vernon Wells on our broadcast before. There's been a lot of really cool things that we've gotten to experience thanks to the doors opening here at Bowie High School, and we're definitely looking forward to whatever those next opportunities look like. As the clock continues to count down here at Choctaw Stadium, the rain has lessened, and I have not seen any lightning for a little while now. Knock on wood, but it is 11:40 p.m. Have you gotten any texts? Have you gotten any updates? Are there any further insights you can offer about our situation right now?
I think I've got to send Mr. Jones a "you were right" text message.
Uh-oh.
Because I wasn't believing midnight. Now I'm starting to believe it. By the way, Mr. Jones, if you're listening, you still owe me steak from graduation.
Uh-oh.
I see Pops laughing over there.
I had steak last night. I've recently gotten back into razzoos.
Really?
They have a very fun atmosphere. They've got a very creative menu. Their portions are decent. Their prices for those portions are decent. And they've got a lot of TVs as well. They had the Cowboys game on last night.
Oof.
Yeah, that was not pretty. But they had it on. Literally every TV. There was no other sports on aside from that. So it's got a little of everything. It's got food, it's got prices, it's got atmosphere, and apparently they have chicken fried steak also, which is not something I was expecting from a Cajun restaurant, but turned out to be pretty good anyways.
Yeah, that's, that kind of reminds me. The first time I ever had anything from Egg Bar, Egg Bar provides the pregame meals for Bowie, and Chris Villacorta, man's a legend in his own way. He got me some Egg Bar to try, and it was chicken fried steak. Now, I thought Egg Bar was a brunch and, relax.
When you hear Egg Bar, I'm thinking, like, what kind of different ways can we prepare eggs? And it's like Luby's. You just go down the assembly line and you pick, okay, over medium, over easy, hard-boiled, deviled, scrambled. That was the first thing that came to mind when I heard it. So, yeah, chicken fried steak is definitely throwing me for a little bit of a loop as well.
Yeah, and whenever I had it, it tasted like real chicken fried steak. Like chicken fried steak you'd get out in West Texas right before a football game at Ratliff Stadium. Like, it tasted like authentic, genuine chicken fried steak. And whenever I took my bite, I asked Chris if he put anything in the chicken fried steak. And you know what he said?
Spiked steak.
Steak.
That would be a first.
He goes, "No, man, that's just how Ray Williams does it." And I go, "Okay, I might have to go up there one day." I had the opportunity back in, I want to say either May or June, to meet with the boosters. Because A, they wanted to see if I was coming back, and B, they also may or may not have handed off some of the fundraising duties to me as well. So Chris, Villacorta, he's always a man with an agenda, but it's a good agenda that it benefits the kids. Because I don't know if you noticed tonight, but we did not have a tunnel when we came out. That's been a touchy subject for Bowie over the past couple of years. From my understanding, we got the tunnel when Kenny Perry first became head coach after Anthony Chris retired in 2006. And I'm on the Parent Sports U for Bowie football, Coach Sam just sent a message starting back at 11:55.
Are you kidding? We may have some football after all tonight, folks. 11:55, it's 11:45. We're going to run back out here and play the last little bit of football in about 10 minutes' time, according to Coach Sam himself. We may have to work on getting our equipment set back up so that you all can catch the last little bit of the football game. We're going to put the loop back on for just a couple of moments so that we can get things set back up. And I know you got to get back upstairs so that you can call the conclusion of this game. Sorry it'll be without your spotter, but thanks for killing time with us for a little while, buddy.
Always happy to kill time. This was Rain Delays Theater on Zach Arnold Productions.
The long-awaited and long-overdue conclusion of this ball game is back in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Choctaw Stadium. We've been in a lightning/rain/weather delay. I didn't even keep count of when it started, Pop, but it has to have been at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half to this point.
I believe so. As we pan around the stadium here, there's no people, there's no ambulance, there's no band, there's no cheerleaders.
There's nothing.
We're about the only ones that are left, and they tell us they're going to come back at, what is it, 10:40?
11:55.
11:55.
Currently 11:50 p.m., so the team, looks like the training staff is getting ready to come out of the tunnel.
That's the Bowie training staff coming out.
Maybe the players soon after that. We heard from Yadi Pagan that the band has gone home, the drill team has gone home, the cheer team has gone home, most of the parents have gone home. Basically, it's just us and the players and whoever is still.
There's a few contingent of people on the other side of the field for Keller.
Maybe a few Keller faithful that are still here tuning in to this ball game.
We're the only faithful, hardy fans, players, people left in the ballpark.
Let's briefly reset the stage based on the statistics from the Dallas Morning News. We mentioned at halftime that Bibbs had several hundred yards to his credit. That number has only increased. 28 of 39, 72% clip, 404 passing yards before he had to give way to Mason Nichols, who has been stellar in his own right, going 5 of 7 in an emergency tight spot. 5 of 7 for 67 yards and a touchdown pass that gave us this 2-point margin. Unfortunately, Bowie unable to convert the 2-point conversion attempt, unsuccessful on the onside kick. Keller is in plus territory when we resume, and I believe Bowie has used up all of their timeouts. So at this point, whenever we resume, we will be picking up with Bowie trying to make a stand in the final moments to see if they can force a fumble, to see if they can force a field goal, to see if they can force a turnover on down, something, anything to give them an opportunity to march down the field and get one more score before we go home.
Yeah, Keller has one more timeout. Bowie is out of timeouts in this ball game. Keller had just picked up a first down.
And then there was a first down run that brought it to second down. And I believe that's when Coach Sam called his final timeout. So he seems to believe that his team can get the stop and get the ball back with some kind of time on the clock. And considering the 85-yard touchdown that we have already seen from A.J. Berto, this team is full of athletic potential and very well could mount some sort of a miracle that may have been worth the wait for all of this.
Yeah, we've seen some explosive plays tonight. You mentioned Berto. He's had an outstanding evening, as has his quarterback, Bibbs. Henderson, there's just been so many players that have been contributing to the Bowie effort tonight. There's Coach Sam coming back on the field.
Coming out to check on the conditions with his team trailing by 2. The officials have made their way back out. I see Keller over at the tunnel now as we get ready to resume action. We have sent our intern Daniel back home, and during the delay we started packing up about half of our equipment, so Pops is freelancing, doubling as a camera operator and as a color commentator for the conclusion of this ball game, and he is serving as the tripod as well. So
it may be a little bit wobbly.
It may be a little bit of a shaky cam, but it'll be a cam nonetheless, and we will bring you the conclusion of this ball game whenever they are set to resume.
The only thing I can't do is if Bowie does score a touchdown, I can't throw my arms up in a touchdown sign.
You can't celebrate, or you'll be looking at the piping here in the broadcast booth that's above us,
which has been leaking during the height of the rainstorm.
You know, it's so funny. This facility has been around for several decades, and while they've made some fantastic renovations in order to get this ready as a rugby pitch, as a football field, as a soccer pitch, there are still elements that remind you of how much history there is here at this ballpark.
Oh, yeah, and it's such a beautiful facility. I'm glad that they have found a way to keep using it for purposeful athletic activity, as some of the fans for Keller are filing back into the stands over on the far side over there. They've been waiting on the concourse throughout this entire time that we've been in lightning delay.
They're starting to file back in. Whatever remains.
I don't see any Bowie fans.
Whatever
coming back
remains
in.
of the Bowie faithful, they have not made their way back onto the grandstands beneath us yet.
There's Coach Crowdis. Found him down there.
He's hard to
Getting
miss.
everybody ready. Some more of the referees and coaches coming out of the Bowie dugout. And here come the players.
Here come the Volunteers. We may finally get to conclude this football game, as both teams are getting ready to re-enter the field. They're going to have to hype themselves up just a little bit. A little bit of token stretching perhaps after the young men have been spending so much time down in the locker rooms here at Choctaw Stadium.
You know, that's one thing I did think of. If you don't get warmed up and stretch a little bit, you risk some injury that could impact the rest of the season.
Yeah, and this is a non-district contest. I know that these coaches, Coach Sam and Coach Strelo, both want to see this game through, because there are so many games that have been called already tonight. Allen and Cedar Hill was called after the second quarter. Arlington and Flower Mound Marcus, the other game on the Zap Network, was called after 2 quarters. There were several others. South Lake Carroll and Hebron, I believe, was called in the 3rd quarter. So there were just a bunch of games that did not get to see their conclusion. And so the coaches having the dedication to their players in this manner, wanting to give them the opportunity to see the game to its conclusion, is admirable. But it's also making for a pretty late night for us here on the Zap Network.
The Bowie coaches are trying to communicate with their colleagues in the press box up here, kind of waving back and forth to see if they've got any kind of communication. Bowie's going through some rudimentary warm-ups over here on the right-hand side of the field towards the old home run porch here at what we still call the ballpark at Arlington. It's probably not very politically correct since this is now licensed to Choctaw.
Well, and what's ironic is it's my mother-in-law's birthday weekend, and they're up in parts of the Choctaw Nation tonight. And if this game hadn't hit its weather delay, I would have been halfway up to parts of Choctaw territory in the Broken Bow region by this point. So something tells me I owe her and I owe my wife something pretty special for being patient with this extensive weather delay. We've had some very patient people in the chat, and they're starting to file back in. We got as low as about 12 people tuning in during that weather delay, and it has climbed its way back up to about 43.
That's great.
So there are still
faithful, hardy fans.
Some Bowie faithful that want to see this game to its conclusion. Let me see if I can make a slight adjustment to the camera here, Pops. Oh, that's the wrong way. Trying to make sure we get the proper white balance here so you can see. That should be it. That should be the playing field a little bit better.
Certainly a soggy playing field. I know this is turf, but don't know how well the turf drains here, but it sure did take a lot of rain.
And it came in spurts that were just very, very tough to keep tabs on properly. There were times where it felt like a gully washer, and then there were times where it felt like just a light shower.
And then as protocol dictates, every time another lightning strike hit anywhere close, within 10 miles of the stadium, the clock reset to an extra 30 minutes. So there was a lot of resets going on here.
If you're part of the faithful, Jot Holly's in the chat. He's been faithfully tuning in, waiting for the conclusion of this ball game. If you're part of the faithful, please join us in the chat so we can give you a shout-out. I see Christopher Templeton was a part of this delay. 011 Vixie was a part of this delay. Chris Villacorta was tuning in. Andy with 4 Ys giving us a wave in the chat. Let us give you a shout out for being a late night warrior with us as we get close. It's officially midnight. Happy Saturday, everybody. It is officially Saturday morning as we get ready to resume this football game.
It's going to make it a little bit harder to get up in time for the Longhorn game at noon tomorrow, 11 o'clock.
Jessica Munyon says, I'm faithful. You are indeed. Thank you so much for weathering this delay with us. Weathering the delay. It's midnight. I'm allowed to be a little punchy. 38-36 in favor of the Indians as they look to try to melt the last little bit of clock and claim their first win of the year. They fell to Flower Mound Marcus last week by a score of 31-28. And it was Marcus who melted the clock off of them. The final 3:29 of the game was run off by Marcus's run game en route to a 31-28 win. And it was largely in part to a huge third quarter that kind of flipped the script in this ball game. Keller outscored Bowie 21-7 in that third quarter. But it's Bowie who is outgaining Keller by a wide margin. According to DMN, 600 total yards to 341 for Keller. We have had almost 1,000 combined offensive yards in this ball game, Pops, which is just crazy.
Well, some of the yards that Keller picked up was on the punt that was muffed right on the, within the 5-yard line.
On the 3-yard line.
So, I mean, that was 50 yards almost right there. And then they just punched in the end zone. And then the onside kick set the ball up for Keller at the 40, 35-yard line. So they didn't have far to go on that one either. So they're putting points on the board without getting the grinded out points that Bowie's been doing all night.
Taking advantage of short fields has definitely been a big part of the momentum swings. And honestly, those 3 plays were probably the biggest turning points of this ball game, with the muff punt, the touchdown, and then the ensuing onside kick. Mm-hmm. Those 3 plays completely flipped the dynamic of this football game to what we see right now.
And it's a credit to the Bowie football team that they want to come out here and finish this ball game with dignity and not have the decision made by referees or district officials. They're huddling right now and getting some encouragement from their coaches over here at about the 5-yard line, and they break up again and going to do a little bit more calisthenics and warm-ups to make sure that they're loose and don't stretch any muscles, tear any muscles as they get ready to resume action here. Keller looks like they're about done with their warm-ups.
There's a countdown happening on the scoreboard. I still can't tell if that is just a countdown to resuming action or if it's the countdown from the reset of the counter for the 30-minute weather delay. But it's under 3 minutes now, so we should be resuming action in the not-too-distant future. It's so interesting to see this type of warm-ups, to see this type of readiness for less than 2 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, Bowie is congregating right now in their position groups. They got their offense, their defense, their wide receivers, all in their own little groups doing some drills just like they do at the beginning of the game. These are the type of drills they do before they go into the tunnel, practicing everything from a few plays from offense to tip drills to picking up fumbles. That's what they ought to be practicing right now, hoping to get a fumble on this.
Fumble recovery.
I mean, the Bowie defense working on, that would be one of their goals when we come back, is trying to make a tackle and strip a ball.
Yes.
Would be a major positive thing if we can make that happen. Not sure if the ball will be wet or not when we come back to live action here.
We know that the ground will be, so we'll see what those conditions may do to the Keller run game.
Oh, the ambulance is back.
Oh, how about that?
Yay.
If,
Like we said, the bands are gone. The Keller band was right there earlier in the game. The Bowie band was down here in this corner. Right there, they're gone. The Bowie Bells were right there next to them. They went home. Did a great job while they were out here this evening, but I don't blame them. The rain was just too heavy and too long to wait. But the Zap Arnold Productions Network production crew, we are still with you.
You say that as my wife rolls her eyes from somewhere.
Is that what that tilt to the axis was?
That was it. The world shifted just a little bit. The one night that I ask her to accompany with us so that we can get on the road as soon as the game goes final is the one time we go into an hour-and-a-half lightning delay.
Oh, boy.
That's just the way the ball bounces sometimes.
Yep. That oblong ball takes some funny bounces.
It does, doesn't it? We have seen some perfectly placed punts sometimes, and then other times we have seen some pretty outrageous things.
Now the Vols are coming back to their sideline, getting ready to restart action. The Keller offense is on the other side of the field, meeting in their offensive group, getting ready to continue their possession.
I don't even know if the Dallas Morning News is still here. We may not get any more stats from this game. So whatever takes place in this last 1 minute and 34 seconds may be between you and me, Pops, and those that are tuning in on YouTube.
Bowie's defensive group gathering at the 30-yard line here.
The officials are standing at the Bowie 22-yard line. Second down and 7. 12:07 in the morning, and we are resuming football at Choctaw Stadium.
It's second down. Across the field we can see second down and about 7.
Burkett in the shotgun. Going to take it himself and just charging forward inside the 20 to the 16. And he does not have the line to gain. The quarterback keeper gets them just a foot or two away from it. But this brings up third down and 1 as the clock continues to roll. 1:15 to go.
Bowie's going to need some sort of a major stop here. They should stop the clock from rolling during the change of possession. Bowie might have as many as 45 seconds by the time we...
Well, this is third down. There's still time.
Oh, they could run a fourth down play. You're right. Or a field goal.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
46 seconds left on the clock.
Timeout is called by Keller. That is their third and final timeout. They are out of timeouts, and there are 46 seconds on the clock. So, Pops, we're about to see, in my estimation, one of the wildest scramble drills you will ever see. Because the play clock resets at 40 seconds. Keller just needs to run around the football field for 6 seconds, fall down somewhere, and let the play clock run out. Once it gets under 40 seconds, this game's over.
So what is the brain trust for Keller drawing up on the other side over there? Will they have their quarterback just run backwards?
It wouldn't surprise me.
To midfield and just run around and play keep away.
I think that's exactly what it's going to be. I think if you can play keep away for 7 seconds, I mean, you could obviously try and do a quarterback keeper and, you know, maybe still get it around the 40-second mark, take the delay of game, and then end the game on fourth down.
Third and just that much to go.
You could try to go for it. I think they're going to try to go for it, but it looks like they may go into victory formation as well. We'll have to see. This is going to be a traditional play. All 3 men shift to the opposite side now. Nobody to the left. Burkett takes it, running to the right, plunging forward, and he's got the first down. So that keep away was unnecessary. Burkett plunges forward, and that is first down yardage to the 14-yard line. And Keller can now take a knee. What a wild and woolly game this turned out to be. And for those few faithful that are still remaining, Burkett takes a knee, and that is the ball game. Final score in this one after a long, beleaguered lightning delay, Keller 38, Bowie 36. We're going to have a very abbreviated post-game show presented by John Wade Roofing because we had a great conversation with Yadi Pagan. You and I already provided the scores from around the area right before we went to our long break in the delay. So we're just going to say thank you to John Sr. and the rest of John Wade Roofing. He played for Arlington High and was their team MVP in '76. Played for TCU and UTA, earning all conference and conference champion honors. And after a brief stint with the Houston Oilers, he started roofing in 1982 and never looked back. The next time you have a roofing need or gutters, painting, solar, or more, call the family that does more at 817-265-5520. Pops, we also have to list a Trinity Logistics player of the game. Even though he was injured, I really want to give it to the quarterback, Jaden Bibbs, who threw for over 400 yards and had 3 touchdowns. He did everything in his physical power to keep the team in it. But Palgofi had a great interception as well. Berto had that big catch and run. There were several players that made a big impact for Bowie tonight. And, you know, a dark horse could even be the backup quarterback.
Nichols,
Mason Nichols came in a really tough spot and was able to orchestrate a touchdown drive that kept Bowie in it and justified Coach Sam in trying to prolong this game and see if he could give his team a chance to win it.
Yeah, there were several outstanding players tonight. We said all throughout the first half that these teams seemed to be very evenly matched, and I think that really shows on the scoreboard too. You know, whenever we finish the final score here and finish out this game with respect for the game and respect for your opponents, you come up short in a game like this, and that, like you said, when we came back, there were just 3 pivotal plays that turned the tide and ended this game up on the losing bracket side for the Volunteers tonight.
Bowie is back in action next week at Coppell. I'll be on the call there with Tim Costello. Pops, you will most likely be at homecoming for Arlington High next week, and if we can get enough interns, we may also have the homecoming game here at Choctaw for the Sam Houston Texans. So a lot to look forward to on the Zap Network next week, but that's going to do it for us this week. For everybody that has stayed with us throughout this break, thank you so much for your patience and endurance. For everybody that is here still legging this thing out here at Choctaw Stadium, Pops, my mom Patsy, my wife Edna, Daniel, who we let loose because the weather just wasn't getting any better, but he was a trooper as well. Yadi Pagan had to send his people home, but he stuck with it as well. Some amazing people helped make this broadcast possible. Really, really appreciate all of those efforts and looking forward to next week. But that is going to do it for us tonight. For all of us at the Zap Network, thank you for supporting local businesses and local broadcasts by tuning into tonight's game. We'll see you all next week. But until then, have a great night and have a great